Survivor Speaks is the name at the end of the day. People love me or hate me, I don't care either way. Breast cancer busted through like a leaf in the night. A cancer's ass was knocked out before the end of the fight. A champion coming through, knocking everything out. This is hard if you see, I do nothing for clout. Just like cancer, I'll let nothing take me out. So be respectful when you step foot inside of my house. Or prepare to have your ass escorted on out. So hop up out the bushes, wrap your feet, take a seat, and get comfortable and chill with your girl. Survivor Speaks, yeah. Hey, hey, hey. Who, what? I'm Survivor Speak. What time is it? What time is it? It's time for you to hit that like and subscribe button and turn on that notification bell so you get a notification each and every time that I go live. Yeah, it's Survivor Speaks and it's showtime, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for being here. Peace. This video is being shown to you under Section 107 of the Copyright Act of 1976. Allowances is made for fair use for purposes such as criticism, comment, news reporting, education, and research. Fair use is permitted by copyright statute that might otherwise be infringing. Smash that like button. Let's go. What's up? It's your favorite breast cancer survivor Speak back with a live video. And I don't know, I scheduled this live late, but nonetheless, I am here. Hold on one second. Let me just check something really quick. All right. There is always one. All right, so what's going on, good people? Let me just put my background music on. And give me one moment. One moment. If you're a content creator looking for music to put behind your channel, let me go down here and get no one's chat to put it in a live. You can reach out to him directly. And you guys can work out the particulars if you like. All right. Give me 1 second. Let me take a look at something here. Two.
Oh, that's not what I'm looking for. I'm looking for something else. One in memento. Oh, yeah, I wouldn't work either if I was me. Hold on 1 second. I'm looking for something, and I'll be right with you. Is it? Oh, here it is. Let me go here and look at something really quick. Okay. Just wanted to see something. And I saw something. Give me one moment. Hold on. What's up, Rebecca? What's up? Did it work for you? Give me a one moment. Hold on now. All right. So did it work, Rebecca? Did you get the notification or no? Because I scheduled this only on YouTube a little earlier, but everywhere else I did not. Of course, I copied it to Twitter, but that's neither here nor there. But give me 1 second. I'm just looking. I'm just posting this to. And I was supposed to do this earlier, Rebecca. It's just crazy. Thank you so much for being here. This is a great case that I kind of like ran into, and it just instantly caught my eye because I didn't see that this case was going on. Oh, you did? Oh, I'm so happy that you did. Finally, it worked. Let me turn no one down in the background a little bit. I'm so happy that it worked. Now, this is a case here it's a crazy case that I'm talking about today, and it instantly caught my eye. Because like I'm just a firm believer in people love who they love, regardless of what we think about it or what one thinks about it. Because I don't have an issue with it because it's not my life to live. But I think that there are so many expectations put on, how can I put it? Like in the community of the churches, and that's why I believe this is my opinion. Survivor Speaks his opinion, and that's why a lot of like when it comes to, I'm not going to put any church on it, but when it comes to a lot of churches, that's why like a lot of pastors or people that are into church and churchy, that's why they are closeted, and it can turn into a tragedy such as this case when you have a whole family that is religious. It can be a problem for somebody that feels a different way. The sad thing about this case and what I am about to let you guys know about is that in this case, it turned to an unaliving. And it's because the family they come from there's a church background. Like it's a lot of people within this family come from a church background, and so someone being part of the LGBTQ community, we know in the churches is shunned upon, and things like that. And in this case, it is so bad and tragic that it took a bad turn. I don't know how I missed this case, but I'm gonna tell you all about 'em. Let me just post this to I guess TikTok. I don't know. So I'll just post something right here. I don't know what I did. Okay, so I didn't ask y'all to, they be doing all types of stuff, Rebecca. Like, listen. I'm just trying to post I don't want to even do all that. See, this is why I don't really know how to, I know how to just go over here and put a post over here. Listen, I was going to just put a video of me saying whatever. I'll just put this over here and that's it. Because they coming with the music and all that. Oh, goodness. All right, so let me just not do that. It is crazy. Like, so so yeah, this is such a tragedy. And so there was already a trial for this case, but listen, so Rebecca, I know we were supposed to be doing the Naziah Harris text again, reviewing them again, but I saw this and everything that I wasn't even going to go live today, but I saw this and it's a recent case. So it's a case that's being retried, but I think it's worth looking into the backstory, and of why, and everything that I just said about, people being into church, and that's fine. You can be into church, but you put other expectations on people that, they may not, people may not grow up to be what you expect. I think those are the words I'm looking for right there. So I'm going to share the backstory of this case with you in just one moment. I'm trying to, this is, I thought I was going to have to cancel this, but I decided to, I'm glad you can hear me because like I said, I'm updating the studio, and if you see the small subtle changes, the lights in the back, through everything that's going on, I was able to, this is the same thing that happened to me yesterday, so let me do it like this. How about that? I was trying to hook something else up, and I'm not tech savvy, so guess what? My soundboard is not working. Give me 1 second. I'm just trying to, this is crazy. No. All right. No. It's not allowing me. It just did the same thing to me yesterday. And I was like, but not with this, with a different app. I don't know what's going on. All right. Let me see if I copy this link and I'm trying to paste it here. And it's just not working. Like, I don't know. I shouldn't have canceled, Rebecca. I love interacting with you, so I'm not going to say I should have canceled. It definitely would be because of you. It would definitely be that. I came home a little earlier today to set some things up, and it just did not go. The way I planned. So, rather than to cancel, I'm here. All right. And so I don't know what they've changed about this, but this is really, really crazy. I don't know. They must have updated something on, or is it me? Like they must have updated something on. Can you put the position? Like, yeah. But just put it in the garbage. How about that? All right, I'm not even gonna, I'll put it here. All right, so and then let me get into the video. This is so bad. All right, here we go. All right, so let me just put now. Oh, and all right. So this story is one that caught my eye, and I think is, like I said, it is a tragedy that people have to not be who they are because of things that they're taught. And in this case, as I stated, it led to unaliving. No, it didn't. I was trying to, Rebecca. I was trying to. Oh yeah, over there on it definitely. They definitely updated something. I just have to make sure that I do this stuff in advance, and but I was busy trying to. And I guess the timing for me, I guess it's not time for me to. It's not time for me to bring out everything that I'm updating. That's the way I look at it. But let's get to this story. Hold on. Oh my goodness. All right, this is getting on my nerve. All right, so let me get down to it. And what is so crazy, I don't know how to oh my god, it all went away. Oh, there it is. All right, so I think I gotta bring it over here and pull it here, but it keeps going out of whack. All right, so I'm just gonna copy this and put it over there. What the heck? All right, so I saw this story and was immediately drawn to it. This is such it's a tragedy, a tragedy for all involved. I'm just gonna do that and leave it. Okay. So it's a tragedy for all that are involved. Thank you so much, Rebecca, for being so patient with me. It is a tragedy for all that are involved. Shout out to the people that are watching over on Twitter. And if you're in the bushes, jump help out the bushes if you're over here on YouTube and hit the like button. It does not tell me who liked the video. It just says that you did like the video. And so the people that are watching on YouTube, I have to learn how to integrate them over here because it doesn't show the count over here Twitter doesn't show the count over here. But at one time I did have them on the chat. Okay, nonetheless, let me get started with this story of, for today. So I'm your favorite breast cancer survivor. And all of you know that I'm running in all different directions nowadays. Thank you to all the people that send kind words to me in regards to my the well wishes from my mother, and so I'm trying to figure this whole thing out with doing what I need to do for her during the day, and then trying to figure out a schedule for me to go live to continue with my channel. I don't want it to just fall by the wayside, and inconsistency can cause that. So I'm going to just read a background story on this case. So if you looked in the title, it did say the UM student Jay Lee's tragic case what do we know so far? So first, I would like to send out my condolences to Jimmy J. Lee's family. He definitely does deserve justice. The Oxford Police Department made a commitment to finding Jay Lee. He is, they call him Jay Lee. His first name is Jimmy, so I'm going to just refer to him as Jay, as his family, affectionately calls him. So, and they didn't care how long it took for them to find Jay. So the case has remained in active investigation since July 8th of 2022, right? So the Lee family and Jay's friends helped the police and gave them a lot of support throughout the process. And so the confirmation that they even found Jay. The police are, hoping that it gives them a small measure of comfort. So the Carroll County Sheriff's Department initially responded to a discovery, and they declined to comment and directed these inquiries to the Oxford Police Department. We're going to get to the backstory in a minute. So Jay's body was discovered one day before the end of an extended hunting season in the Delta management units, right? So there was a young man by the name of Timothy Harrington, who was supposedly dating Jimmy Lee, Jay. Jay was an openly, gay man and a member of the LGBTQ community. Timmy Harrington was not. He comes from a family that, is from a religious background. So, in December, he was arrested for this crime, but they didn't have the body during his trial. So in December of 2024, they had a trial, and in December of 2024, the trial ended in a mistrial for Mr. Timothy Harrington. So he was accused of unaliving Lee to cover up their relationship. So Harrington, like I stated, was not openly, gay. But he was arrested on July 22nd of 2022, initially when the young man went missing based on some evidence that they had found. And that was 2 weeks after Jay disappeared. So he denied the allegations and pled not guilty. So the prosecutors alleged that Harrington was seen on surveillance footage leaving an Oxford parking lot where Jay's abandoned car was found. So they got him on tape leaving an area where Jay's abandoned car was found. So they claimed Harrington later bought duct tape from Walmart, drove to his hometown of Grenada, Mississippi, retrieved a shovel and a wheelbarrow from his parents' home, and left in a box truck. Grenada is about 25 miles from the site where Lee's remains were found. During the trial, Harrington's defense attorney, Republican Mississippi Representative Kevin Horan of Grenada, argued that prosecutors could not prove Lee was unalive because no body had been found at the time. So the trial ended in a deadlock, with 11 jurors voting to convict Harrington and one holdout refusing to agree. Wow. WLBT reported that the lack of a body was a key reason for the holdout's decision. Neither Horan nor the district attorney, Ben Creekmore, responded to media inquiries. However, Creekmore had already stated his intention to seek a retrial. Now we got a body. We got a body now. We got a body. So they're supposed to proceed forward with trying to get with the court to set a new trial date. Creekmore told the Daily Mississippian on December 11th of 2024. So basically, because of who he loved and because he is a part of the LGBTQ community, but he couldn't let his family know that, it led to the unaliving of this young man who lived out loud. Yeah. Yes. Yep. So he drove to, yes, Mississippi. So his hometown was in Grenada, Mississippi. But because he could not live and love out loud who he loved, instead he unalived them. And so I always tell people, listen, I'm not somebody that holds malice in my heart. I'm not someone that takes a lot of crap, but I'm not somebody that holds a lot of malice in my heart. I forgive people and let them go. Let them go, move on. You don't want to be you just don't want to be bothered. Some people hold a special place in my heart, so it takes me a little longer to start, getting rid of them. But eventually I will, because, that's just how I am. But at the end of the day, when you leave this earth and go to meet your maker, you're the only person that has to stand in front of your maker. So what gives people the right to judge? And then, like I said, and this is my opinion, people don't realize that church is in your heart. You love God with your heart, not what everybody else is thinking. Church is not a building, but because some people put all of their trust in everything in the building, then they, take apart pieces from the Bible, use it where it's convenient for them, and then they don't. Now you have a situation like this. This man comes from a spiritual background. His grandfather is a pastor. And so when I saw him walking, on the video that I watched, I knew that he was part of the LGBTQ community. Child, I'm gonna show y'all. Don't just think I'm not just saying this. Let me show y'all the video that I looked at, and I said, "Oh yeah, yes, he's not fooling anyone. He's a part of this LGBTQ community, honey. And listen." Ain't nothing wrong with it. That's your business. That is a problem now. Too many judgmental people, walking around. People are who they are, love who they are. You don't have to love what they do or love who they're with. You're not in the bedroom with them. But why should this young man have lost his life because of the person that he loved behind doors, not because he didn't want to make it love? And I guarantee you, I can guarantee you that Jay said, listen, I'm not living this way no more. You either let these people know or it is a wrap. And because that's who the other guy is allegedly, he probably couldn't see him with anyone else. But at the end of the day, he was acquitted on the first trial. Unfortunately, I don't think he's going to be found. He's not going to be acquitted the second time. 11 people voted for him to be convicted, found guilty. There was one holdout. So in Mississippi, it has to be unanimous. hold on, y'all. So let me. I ain't even finished reading what I wrote. Let me go back. Okay. So Jimmy J. Lee, he was a University of Mississippi student, right? He had been missing for over 2 years. He was discovered in Carroll County, Mississippi. He was discovered in Carroll County, Mississippi. Yes. So you're absolutely right, Rebecca Cry. So hunters actually stumbled upon his body in a wooded area off of Highway 82 near Winona. Anybody from Mississippi, if you know about these areas, this is where it went down. So a location known to law enforcement as a common dumping ground for refuse and tires. So Carroll County coroner Mark Stiles confirmed the site's reputation in a February 5th interview with the Mississippi Free Press. Shout out to them. It's a used lot, Stiles said. The police are aware of it. They have complaints from the landowners. Local business owners also expressed familiarity with the site. So initial reports emerged after hunters found skeletal remains in Carroll County. Mississippi Today journalist Molly Minter was the first to report that investigators believe the remains were Lee's. A gold necklace spelling J. Lee. That's what he called himself. If you go to his Instagram, he was such a, and if you see on the thumbnail, he was such a, attractive young man, like I said, who lived his life out loud. He was moving forward in his, with his life, in his life. I have a graduation picture on the thumbnail, and he was in college, furthering his education at the University of Mississippi, right? So, he had on a gold necklace. It's spelled J. Lee, and it's similar to ones that he often wore in Instagram photos. So that chain was also found among the remains. So on Wednesday, so investigators confirmed that the DNA evidence had verified the remains as belonging to Lee, who had long been presumed unalive. So a judge had legally declared him deceased in November of 2024. However, Mr. Carrington was acquitted because there was one holdout. So Jay Lee was 20 years old at the time of his disappearance. He was from Jackson, Mississippi, and openly gay, which I told you guys. So he was well loved within the LGBTQ community at the University of Mississippi in Oxford. Following his disappearance, the campus held marches and gatherings to demand justice. Oxford Police Department Public Information Officer Brett Jones confirmed that Lee's body had been transferred to the Mississippi State Crime Lab. The Oxford Police Department and the Carroll County Sheriff's Office have confirmed the recovery of the remains of Jimmy J. Lee. So they called him Jay. We're going to refer to him as Jay for purposes of this video. So, the Oxford Police Department made a commitment to finding Jay, and they didn't care how long it took. So they did find Jay in December of 2024. And as I stated before, this other young man, Timothy Harrington, whose family he comes from a religious background. His grandfather is a pastor. So he was not openly gay, and he was charged with this crime. So let me just bring up, I was going to get into the opening statement for the first trial. And when this trial starts back up, I definitely want to cover this trial as well. I just don't want anything to cross with the Naziah Harris trial, because I'm definitely covering that. But that trial is not till October. We may get this trial before that. So let's see here. But I want to show. What I wanted to do was show you guys the video that yeah, okay. So yeah, I'm going to show you this video, and then shout out to hold on. Okay, so I'm going to bring over a video. It's 32 seconds just to show y'all that when I saw him walking, I said, oh yeah, with no doubt, he is not straight up and down. Listen, be who you are. I think, a lot of families put a lot of pressure, on people to be who they want to be, just for the sake of their reputation, their quote unquote reputation. And they don't want, they want their families to be perfect. So in that case, if you are from a background like that, having someone to live other than who they are, like, that is kind of a sin, right? Because doesn't it say that not to judge people in the Bible? I'm pretty certain that it says to not judge people in the Bible. So if that is what you're looking at, then why? So let's take a look at this little 32-second clip here.
University of Mississippi student Jimmy J. Lee pleads not guilty to new charges in court. Lee's body had not been found at the time of Timothy Harrington's first trial back in December. That was declared a mistrial. But just last week, Lee's remains were confirmed to have been discovered in Carroll County, Mississippi. Harrington is now charged with tampering with evidence and kidnapping. WREG's Mike Suriani will have much more on these latest developments coming up on News Channel 3 at 6.
His face is punchable, y'all. I'm sorry. His face is very punchable, and that little twinge he got going on, yeah. And his mug shot, is like, sir. And so what I want to do is I want to watch the opening statement. People not going to live their lives to please other people. You know what it is, though? What it is that it's sad that people can't be who they are. And if you are somebody that says that you love your family wholeheartedly, so a person being who they are out loud, they shouldn't be shunned. You can't be part of the church. You can't be this, you can't be that. But what I say to that is that you don't have to stand in that man's shoes when he goes to meet his maker, is what I'm saying. So why all of the hate? You don't have to be in the bedroom with him. You don't have to be in the relationship with the other person. Like, it is so much hate going on about so many other things that are foolish. Like, I just think that, I don't know, I just am somebody that I just think, like, all things from years ago that they shunned and they took and twist and turned different things. And then you find out that, hey, this one was in the closet. This one was sleeping with it. This one was sleeping with that. I'm not going to mention, I don't really mention any content creators over here unless I'm showing support to them, really. So, like, for me to, I'm not going to say the person's name, but there's a whole successful YouTuber that made his career off being, this godly pastor, until these young boys started coming out saying, hey, he groomed me, he did it, he did this, he did this, he did this, deny, pointing other fingers at other people, and now you're openly part of the LGBTQ community. Sir, we all knew that. We all knew that before they came out making the accusations. people liked you for you, like your personality, on this YouTube, on YouTube. People liked you for that. So we all knew that already. So that's not anything new. Um, so let's take a look. I want to take a look at the opening statement right the for day one of this trial. You know that if I'm covering the trial live stream, then we watch it all. But if not, we jump around a little bit because we're not watching it all. So this is day one, and this is going to be the prosecutor's opening statement. Okay, so let me bring it over here and let's get it going. Shout out to everybody that is in the building. Hit the like button if you are here, even if you don't want to jump out the bushes. Hit the like button. It doesn't tell me who liked the video. You can thumbs down the video if you like. Also, it just pushes the video out into the algorithm for engagement. So let's get into this right here. But hold on a minute. Before we do that, why is this? This should not be taking up my whole screen over here. Hold on a minute. All right, that's better. Thank you so much. All right, so let's get her here.
What Jay wanted him to do. But despite that, he invited Jay back over with the promise that he was going to do something he never done before. Ladies and gentlemen, you will see how the police traced Jay to that apartment. You will see that
I wonder what started it from there, though.
He lets him know he's there. But right before Jay gets to his apartment, when he's headed over, right before he gets there, just a mere minutes, Timothy searches how long does it take to strangle someone. The evidence will further show that Jay never left that apartment on his own.
Oh, wow.
Ladies and gentlemen, the detectives will tell you how they discovered Timothy was a suspect. They will tell you what he did the day after, the same day after. We're going to walk through all the evidence. And they're going to tell you how we know that Jay is no longer alive. In preparing to speak to you all today, I was looking at some quotes and reading some things like I do, and I saw something and it said, "The rest is silence." Because I was thinking, what makes up a life? Jay's death is in silence. No more financial transactions. No more social media posts. No more contacts with his mother, not checking up on her, not on her birthday. No more contacts with his dogs. No more anything. The plans for grad school, to move, the dreams. All proof that Jay is no longer with us. In that proof, that is how we know that we must seek justice. and at the conclusion of the evidence, I'm going to come back before you, and I'm going to ask that you provide the only verdict that justice will demand. And it's going to be guilty. Thank you.
Everybody good on the jury? Officer, back, I want to see if anybody out there just started the show would like to come in. I want to ask you, well,
So I'm
just
wondering-
on anybody coming and going on and come, then we having breaks. But if there's anybody out there that wants to come in now or leave now, they can do so. And you wish to make a opening statement at this time, Mr. Hoban? Go ahead and be getting warmed up anyway.
Okay, so I don't know. So this is Lauren. Shout out to Lauren Crime. This is their video, and so I don't know why they started it kind of after she started it, but anywho, that is now his attorney is going to get up and give an opening statement, and it is important to. Well, I guess it's not important to note, but his attorney is a House representative, Kevin Horan of Grenada. So, like it means anything, I don't know why they keep like reiterating that, but
Be tuning up, okay? I'll just see if there's anybody there. All right. Once you out, you out. Once you in, you in.
oh wow, this judge is tough. Like,
Say, John.
once you're out, you're out. Once you're in, you're
Give me
in.
1 minute.
He is not playing with them, huh? Let me go on ahead and
Go ahead. You done your...
Thank you, Your Honor. Ladies and gentlemen, first of all, I want to tell each one of y'all, some of y'all sitting on this jury today, just one more answer to a question from the judge and counsel, still being Hattiesburg. Thank you. One question, it'll be easy for each one of y'all. At least some of them, that answer the question in different ways, you wouldn't be in Mississippi. And I appreciate the fact that each one of y'all found your way to Austin.
oh, I don't like that noise.
Of the citizens of the state of Mississippi and people of Austin.
Sorry about that,
I
y'all.
want to talk to you a little bit about the counsel opposite talked about as far as what they anticipate showing you in their case. First of all,
With a closed
I would call
caption.
straightforward, using an old, what we call common law term, that is, if somebody comes or a child, normally it's just children at a park or something, your child, you don't have to take anywhere else, take with them that one time, technically, enticement is kidnapping. Now, I notice that they didn't teach you anything about the kidnapping aspect. They got to prove that, I mean, they got to prove that. That means that during the course of what they claim they're going to put into evidence, certain messages, conversations between Jay Lee and my client, they got to establish that happened. Because if that didn't happen,
Water.
the rest of their case goes like a house of cards. You're going to, assuming the court allows any of this messaging and social media evidence in, or you're going to hear that approximately 2:03, 2:04 in the morning, Jay Lee reached out, assuming it comes in, evidence, to this hearing. And I implore you to find anything in what they provided to us that supports the proposition that there was any threat, or anything in those messages that my client threatened him in any way. And I don't doubt, ladies and gentlemen, you're going to hear evidence about how David's mother loved him. I'm not saying he was a bad person, certainly not. The court's going to instruct you at the conclusion of this case that you cannot allow sympathy for a mother come into play here. Consider what she says in evidence. Y'all have got to decide in this case facts. And what you're going to hear is nothing about a threat. It's shape, form, or fashion from my client. And you're not going to hear that he searched anything about a stranger, anybody. That he gathered any information for that purpose. Now, I'm going to say this. About the court hour yesterday, these are touchy subjects for everybody to get involved. It doesn't matter whether or not it's heterosexual conduct or otherwise. Talking about creases of the night, late hours, about people seeing the door, what they're doing late at night. It's just touchy. Hard to board iron, hard to talk to George about it. People they've never met before. But I say that because nothing against the young man, but there's going to be a lot of information I think you're going to hear about Mr. Lee's conduct prior to this night and the manner in which he conducted himself. I'm not passing judgment on the young man. Those are facts. You cannot abandon your sense of responsibility. That's what they're going to ask you to do. Worry about the facts. Worry about compassion. Worry about sin. Things that occurred in his life, it was not unusual for him to be going out in the middle of the night.
Ooh.
And it's going to show you. I didn't make these things up. It's going to be stuff that the state provided to us. Okay? The way it is. He did go over, according to what I anticipate the state is going to present to you. And again, assuming that the judge allows that evidence to come in, he did go over my client's apartment. It's going to be
You're telling it, even if he don't let it in, it's in.
unannounced. No evidence otherwise. Not that they provided unless they're going to give it to us during the course of this trial. It'll be the first time I've heard it. You're not going to hear anything during the course of their conversations about any argument. In fact, again, I keep saying it, the second the state gets it 3 p.m. Jay Lee makes a comment, message that he sends. If this goes bad, it's not going to be good for you. I'm going to read that again, assuming it gets that far. Now, let's talk a little bit about what the state's required to prove and what I don't think proof of the death. First of all, proof of any death whatsoever. 0. DNA evidence, blood, urine, trace evidence whatsoever. Well, counsel opposite told you that we don't have body. Not only do they not have body, ladies and gentlemen, they don't have one scintilla. That means anything in legal terms. First of all, the death occurred in Fayette County, if it did occur. Second of all, any trace evidence in his apartment, their own proof that they say they're going to put on, went over there twice, apparently engaged in sexual activity on 2 separate occasions, according to their proof. 0. I'm not saying speculatively, it is their proof that a crime was ever committed inside our client's apartment, or in the parking lot, or in his car, or in JD's car. Nowhere. Now, remember yesterday when counsel, Mr. Creekmore, I've known a long time, he said, ladies and gentlemen, we think we're going to have a gamut of opportunities to find Mr. Harrington guilty of murder, manslaughter. What they're expecting you to do is allow them to throw something up against the wall, hope it sticks, and you decide, hey, that's the proof you're going to hear. Objection. Ladies and gentlemen, you are not going to hear anything that supports a finding of a killing or a death. Period. You're going to hear some conversations between 2 young guys. Like I told y'all yesterday, I've got 7 kids. These kids nowadays send stuff back and forth to each other. That's what happened here. We're not going to find anything supporting whatsoever that inside his apartment, anything untoward occurred. And finally, and probably most important, I want you to listen to a lot of the things during the course of this investigation that didn't occur. I'm going to say it now, I'm going to repeat myself. 22,000 documents we've had provided and discovered. 7 law enforcement agencies. 71 search warrants. 71. And if they're going to be honest with you during the course of this presentation, when Ms. Lee came up here, she came to the University Police Department, they covered their whole department. Everybody got involved in this investigation. The police department then got involved in it. They inquired with the FBI, Grenada County Sheriff's Department. 71 search warrants, and they have it recovered not one bit of direct evidence to support this case. And I challenge the prosecution and the Austin Police Department, Ryan Baker, nice fella, James Porter, nice fella, challenge them to say we have one bit of direct evidence. You can't go on conjecture, you can't go on speculation, you can't go on suspicion. Guesswork, wonderment, all those things you can't do. You gotta be factual. And I submit to you, ladies and gentlemen, this conversation or this search that you made reference to about strangling, we don't have any idea what the context of that may have been. They're not going to be establishing. It could have been something that my client was talking about, some sexual activity with a lady, or even Jay Lee. Who knows? Don't matter. Or not at all. You're not going to find if you ever acted any evidence in that apartment. He acted in any way, shape, form, or fashion. Speak to you, ladies and gentlemen, that at the conclusion of this case, you're going to have just as many questions then if you do right now about whether or not they prove the dead. My opinion, and I submit to you, you will not be satisfied with each status. Only the verdict you can return. It's going to be not guilty, not the manslaughter, not the second degree, not the murder, certainly not the capital murder, or any of them. And that's what I'm going to ask you to do. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, jury,
Okay, so they do. Now he's being charged now with capital red rum. Now he is. So this was from the first trial, where he was acquitted. Let me see what's going on here next. Because like I stated, we are not going to watch the whole case. I want to so we're going to watch the testimony of Jay Lee's mother. Now, in the opening statement of the defense attorney, when he said whatever about sin, sir, okay. Hold on. Oh, okay. So it's already up there. What am I doing? All right. Let me cancel that. It's already up there. I just got to share it. All right. So this is his mother. This is Jay's mother.
Do it when we get to that point. You can sit here and do it when we get to that point.
We're not used to having good microphones around here. We do today. Keep that in mind. The mics are hot as a firecracker anyway when you're trying to have any private conversations.
These microphones is hot in a firecracker. Hot in firecracker.
All right, you make your seat.
Ms. Lee, please introduce yourself to the jury.
My name is Stephanie Lee. I'm the mother of Jimmy J. Lee III.
And you said you're the mother of Jimmy Dale J. Lee III?
Yes, ma'am.
So what did J. Lee, what did he like to be called?
Jay.
Okay. Is that what y'all refer to him as?
Yes, ma'am. No, he's always wanted to be called Jay since early on.
You could tell me where are you from, Ms. Lee?
I'm Jackson, Mississippi.
And is that where Jay was raised?
Yes, born and raised in Jackson, Mississippi.
So did he go to high school in Jackson?
Yes, ma'am. Started off at Oak Forest Elementary, then later on went to Southwell Middle School and Forest Hill. We graduated from Forest Hill.
All right, can everybody hear on him?
Can y'all hear? All right. I'm talking first judge. Back to you later.
And when did Jay graduate?
2019.
And can you tell us a little bit about his school,
That's sad.
his schoolwork? Was he a good student?
Jay was very outgoing. In ninth grade, Jay started doing
Yeah.
IB classes, international national ed classes, so that he can advance his career.
Yes,
Then
Rebecca.
later proceeded to do IB classes. Once he did IB classes, went on to Jim Hill to do another assessment program to advance careers. Jay graduated at the top of his class, top 10 of his class. His dream was to come here to Ole Miss to complete his education in social work and minor in business.
So did he eventually come to Ole Miss?
Eventually, yes, Jay's decision said, I want to go to Ole Miss. Ole Miss is my choice. And I said, okay, that's where you want to go. And we got everything set up and got moved down here. And he said, Mom, I'm going to go down there and I'm going to get my bachelor's degree within 3 years. I said, okay, you're going to do that? He said, yeah, I got everything set up where he graduated early in high school. He said, so I'll be able to complete college within 3 years instead of 4 years. And Jay did come down here and complete that, make that happen.
So when did he come
so
to
he
Oxford
actually-
to go to Ole Miss?
oh.
What year?
Coming this summer right after graduation.
So would that be back 2019?
Yes, ma'am.
And when did he graduate from Ole Miss?
I think it was 2020.
Was it the same year he went missing?
Yes, ma'am.
So would 2022 be around the right time?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Oh my
Miss
goodness!
Lee,
So he actually
If you
graduated
could tell
from
me,
college as well.
what did Jay major in at Ole Miss?
Social work with a minor in business.
And did you attend his graduation?
Yes, me, my mother, sister, his dad, my other daughter and her family.
Would that have been around May 2022?
Yes, ma'am.
Wow.
You said, if you tell me, how many siblings, other children do you have?
4. It's a total 4. It's three others.
And where is Jay in that line?
Jay's my baby.
And how much
Wow.
older are his siblings?
7 to 8 years older.
So when Jay went to college, who paid for his college?
His dad did the majority of the payments.
So did Jay, how was Jay financially supported while in school?
His father.
And is that your husband?
Yes, ma'am. Both of us contributed, me and his father.
So after Jay graduated with social work degree, do you know what his plans were?
He was getting his bachelor's, so his plans was to go back the next fall to complete his master's.
And do you remember what apartment Jay lived in? Or,
Campus walk. Campus walk.
and is that on Ole Miss campus?
Yes, ma'am.
So that was like student housing?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So let's go a little bit more. What about Jay's car? Like, how did Jay get around?
When he first came down to Ole Miss, one of the cars that we already had purchased early on in the years, he drove that here so that he could have transportation. But later on, he came to me and his father and said, Mom, I see this car that I want. Can you and Dad get it for me? So we proceeded to get it for him.
And what kind of car was that?
A Ford Fusion, 2015 Ford Fusion.
And so you all bought that for Jay?
Yes, we did.
Do you remember how Jay felt about his car?
Loved his car, loved it. He proceeded to put electronics in and order things off the internet and put things in it and to make it his own.
And do you know if he borrowed it out or let people drive it?
No, ma'am, never would do it.
Yeah.
Would it be fair to say he was protective of that car?
Rebecca, yes. Are you from there, Rebecca?
You said earlier he came here. Did Jay have any pets or animals?
Yes, ma'am. Jay had Lexus. Lexus is a family dog that we had early on.
So about when did the family get Lexus?
It's been we had the dog about 13 years, about 10 or 13 years.
And how old was Jay when he went missing?
20.
So we had about 15 years. He had it for a while.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And where was this dog? Was it with you all?
Came down here with Jay in Oxford.
So he lived with his dog on student housing?
Yes, ma'am.
Tell me about how that transpired.
So the first year Jay came down, Jay's like, Mom, I got to have Lexus. I want Lexus here with me. And I said, well, you can't have a dog at school, I don't think. He said, Mom, I think it can happen. I think it can be made happen. So Jay got with the counselors and everything. And then next fall that he's completed school and campus walk, Jay was allowed to bring Lexus here with him.
And kind of describe, like, what kind of dog is Lexus?
A Pomeranian.
So in July 2022, where did Lexus live?
With Jay.
I want you to tell me a little bit about Jay's financial situation. Did Jay have any credit cards?
Yes, only early on in life, when Jay was in junior high, his dad proceeded to get him his credit card to establish credit for him. So yes, Jay had a credit card in 7th or 8th grade.
And what was his credit like?
800.
To object to anything up to this point in time, they were set the roll.
overrule your objection. I think they're
Yes. Oh, okay, Rebecca. He had an 800
You
credit
had credit
score.
cards. So who
That's
paid
how
for
you
that?
do it.
His
That's how you raise your kid's credit score.
So who funded Jay's life? Would it be fair to say?
Myself and his father.
I want to go back to July 8th, 2022. Is that day significant to you?
Yes, ma'am.
Tell me why that day is significant to you.
That's my birthday, July 8th.
Okay. And what about July 8th, 2022? Did anything else happen that day?
Yes, July 8th, 2022. It's a hard day to not forget. That was my birthday. And Jay called me every year on my birthday to sing happy birthday, no matter what time it was. So around that time, about 2 o'clock in the morning, I was asleep, and he texted me and said it was your birthday.
So before we go further, I want to backtrack a little bit. You said every year he would call you to sing happy birthday, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Tell me about your relationship with Jay. How often did you all talk?
Every day.
And when you say every day, was that because you called him every day? He called you? What happened?
That was every day. We both was been daily calling each other. He would communicate with me about school, what was going on. We would talk about work and different things of life expect. And it was not a day that would go by that we would not communicate with each other.
And when you say communicate, do you mean text or phone call, just phone calls?
Phone calls.
And more than once a day or just once a day?
I would talk to Jay 2 or 3 times a day when I get up in the morning, and in the evening on my way home from work, before I go to bed at night. You know, it was touch base at all times.
And he would reach out to you too?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And so let's go back to July 8th. You said it was your birthday, and I believe you said that you got a text at 2 a.m., but you didn't get it. When did you receive Jay's text message?
So I woke up about maybe in the 4 o'clock hour, and I went into his room. I don't know what led me there, but I went into his room, and I looked at my phone, and I seen that he had texted me at 2. But Jay holds a job also here, and so I said, okay, I won't call him back now because maybe he's sleeping. I'll get back in communication with him a little while. By the time I think he get up for work.
So you said Jay holds a job. Well, before that, you went to his room. Where were you located?
I was in Jackson, Mississippi.
Okay. And that's where you currently still live?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. You said he had a job. What job did he have?
Mental health program here. It was his internship. He was doing his interns within a mental health program here.
Was that for like class credit?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So jump back in. You said that you went to his room. You thought, I'm not going to bother him. Did you ever try to reach out to him again?
I kind of nodded off a little bit, trying to give him enough time to get up. But in the morning at 7 o'clock, because me and his dad was getting ready to travel because it was my birthday. So I kind of like responded to a text with a happy face to let him know that I received his text because, not sure if he was getting up for work or whatever he was going to be doing. So we were in the process of getting ready to go out of town to Biloxi, Mississippi, and I gave him a text back with a smiley face.
What were you expecting?
I was expecting his call at that point because of him knowing that I'm up. Okay, first thing he's going to do, hey, Mama, it's your birthday. Happy birthday. I love you.
And that was every year he called you and saying that?
Yes.
And did you get a response?
No, I did not.
And about what time is this?
It was in the 7 o'clock hour. So when I did not receive that response.
And you're talking about AM or PM?
AM.
Okay. So go on. When you didn't receive that response, what did you do?
I kind of brushed it off a little bit, saying maybe he was sleeping because he had been up earlier on texting me. So I said, okay, maybe he's sleeping. He'll get in touch with me as soon as possible. So me and his dad proceeded to go out of town.
And what were your plans for that day?
My plans was my husband was taking me out for my birthday. We was going to drive down to Biloxi for my birthday.
But how long does it take to get from Jackson to Biloxi?
Roughly about 3 hours.
So did you try to call him? He didn't answer.
Yes, in the process of going down there, I hadn't received a call, and that wasn't normal. And I was driving down there, I was looking at his location. I said, it's not like Jay not to call me. All days he's going to call me, but, like when we traveled, he would call, hey, I see you all are here, I see you all are there, where you going,
And how would he see you at places? You saying, I see you all are here, I see you all are there. What are you referring to?
We shared 3 locations. He had my location, I had his location.
And this was using your phone?
iPhones, yes,
Okay.
ma'am.
And you said you checked his location. When you checked his location, what did you see?
When I first seen his location, when I first checked his location, he was just showing he was at Campus Walk, his apartment. And that was early on. And so, like I said, we proceeded to go on out of town. And once we proceeded to go on out of town, doing the trip, I just told my husband, I said, I hadn't heard from Jay. This is not normal. I said, Jay would have called, which my husband knows already too. He said, that's strange. He ain't called. I said, yes, he had to call. I hadn't heard from the early on text. And I was just weird the whole trip down there. So we proceeded to go on down there. And we got to our destination. And just continued to try and call Jay periodically throughout the day and didn't get a response.
And so after trying to call him and not getting a response, what did you do?
It was later on in the evening, so.
This is still July 8th?
Yes, ma'am, it's still July 8th. It was later on in the evening, and I told my husband, I said, I'm just puzzled. I'm not content with not being able to communicate with him. And he said, baby, what we'll do, we'll lay here tonight and we'll go to Oxford first thing in the morning. And that's what we did.
And did you reach out to anyone in Oxford?
I did. In the process of that, I made a number of calls to Oxford PD doing wellness check. I called periodically the day of July 8th, probably 9, 10 times, maybe more. I'm not sure, but I kept calling and telling them that I needed them to go and do a wellness check with my baby.
So in July 8th, you did report that you were worried about him to authorities in Oxford.
Yes, ma'am.
So I believe you said that night, did y'all stay in Biloxi? Kind of go back to that.
Yes, ma'am, we did. We stayed there. And in the process of staying there, this is when his location went off. Like someone discarded his phone where everybody had a star up there where I couldn't see his location. So I proceeded to call. I knew that he communicated with Jose. So I reached out to my oldest child and I said, can you communicate with Jose? Can you find his number on Instagram or somewhere so maybe he can go over to the apartment to see if he see Jay Carr or something, what's going on, because I can't contact Jay. So in the process of this, Taylor communicated with Jose, and Jose went over to the apartment, and he communicated back with us and said, well, Mama Lee, I hear the dog in the house, I hear Lexus there. And Jay wouldn't leave Lexus too often because Jay takes Lexus everywhere he goes. And I hear the dog in the apartment, but I don't see Jay's car. And also, Jay shared location with Jose here too. And also Jay's shared locations too.
Hearsay as to what? All right, what's the state?
Your Honor, we're not offering this. One, the state didn't elicit any of that, but two, we're not offering it for the truth of the matter, Your Honor. We're offering it to show why she was calling up to Oxford for a welfare check, how she's going to later, she's thinking they're going to go up to Oxford. It's not being offered to say that he was or wasn't there, but for the effect on Miss Lee.
Limited, very limited. Okay.
Is there a way we could get her some water or something?
Get water too, please.
Thank you.
Make the objection clear that she wasn't objecting to the fact that she reacted to have a conversation, just whether or not you say stand for the ruling.
I'm going to move on to that line of questioning.
So, Miss Lee, without going into what anyone said, did you, at this point where you checked with Jose, who is Jose?
Jose is Jose's friend.
And after hearing from Jose and not hearing back from Jay, what did you and your husband do next while in Biloxi?
We packed up our bags, and we packed our bags, and we drove across from Biloxi, Mississippi, all the way here to Oxford, Mississippi.
And when you got here, did you go to Jay's apartment?
We went directly to Jay's apartment. Yes, ma'am.
Was he there?
No, ma'am, he was not.
And did you contact law enforcement when you got there?
Yes, we did.
Had Jay been found by that point?
No, ma'am.
Since that time, have you heard from Jay, your son, again?
No, ma'am.
What was the last thing you ever heard from your son?
It's your birthday with that text that he sent.
And that was at 2 a.m. on July 8th?
Yes, ma'am.
And since that time, and you talked about, the credit cards, have there been any charges that you had to pay for Jay's credit cards?
No, ma'am.
Even to, this is 2022, it's now December 3rd, 2024. Since that time, have there been any charges on those cards?
No, ma'am.
Have there been any withdrawals from his accounts?
No, ma'am.
You said Lexus?
Yes.
Where is Lexus now?
With Jay's sister, Taylor Carey.
And who took Lexus from Oxford?
My daughter, Jessica Coleman.
So did Jay ever come back and get Lexus?
No, ma'am.
Did you all ever get Jay's stuff from Oxford?
It's still here being housed in Oxford. We got some.
So y'all came and got some of his stuff.
Yes, ma'am.
Did y'all had access to his apartment?
Yes, ma'am.
When you had access to his apartment, were his bags packed?
No, ma'am.
Were items of clothing missing?
No, ma'am.
From what you could tell, were his prized possessions still there?
Yes, ma'am.
You stated that you and Jay talk every day.
Yes, ma'am.
Was Jay happy?
Yes, he was.
Did he ever express to you anything about wanting to end his life?
No, ma'am.
Brief indulgence.
A brief indulgence reminds me of Hilton. She always said that. Brief indulgence, Your Honor. Brief indulgence, Your Honor. If you just came in, hit the like button, please, because you may be going, you may be on the way out. I appreciate you. It won't tell me who it
Jay ever
is.
disappeared
Just
for long periods of time?
No, ma'am.
support
Since
the
he
show
was-
for the free 99.
Since you gave birth to him,
The free
have you ever gone a
99.
day without talking to him?
No, ma'am.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness? Ms. Lee, do you recognize this photograph?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
And does that photograph accurately represent what Jay looked like in 2022 when he was 20 years old?
Yes, ma'am.
And has there been any alterations to it since it was provided to the state?
No, ma'am.
Your Honor. And who was in the picture of? I apologize.
It's my son, Jay Lee. This was his first day of his first job when he first graduated high school.
Your Honor, at this time I moved to enter into evidence a photograph of Jay.
Any objections? Any objections? All right, photograph be admitted. As, you gonna do these S1s and B1s, or how you doing?
As well.
All right. S1 be admitted.
Your Honor, may I publish the jury?
You may. Let the bailiff go. Oh, you gonna do it the newfangled way. Go ahead.
Just put it.
We can display it there. Oh, your screen's working over there? Okay, let me know if they ever don't, okay?
Okay.
What, Rebecca? Ain't no way.
Oh, it's just the screen? It's just my screen. Okay. Ms. Lee,
Yes.
is that the photo S1 of S1 that you just identified of your son?
Yes, ma'am.
And is that that accurately represents what he looked like when you last saw him?
1 minute.
Actually, he had braids. He had put some braids in his hair.
Okay. So having braids in his hair, how did Jay normally like to dress?
And boards. He's
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you very well.
he's real flammable. He just had this outgoing. He would put on silk slacks and shirts, flower shirts, nice shirts go with it. And
He was flamboyantly dressed.
yes,
He was a happy kid.
he's very happy.
Everybody good on the jury? You made it, across from them. Let the court order.
Okay, I got you. Thank you. Ms. Lee, good morning.
Morning.
This photograph,
Oh,
correct testimony, this was taken when you graduated high school, is that correct? Or
So
shortly
the
after?
summer, started shortly after.
And when did he braid his hair? Did you do that shortly after you got to Ole Miss?
It was different times they would do it. It wasn't shortly after. It was different times. People wear different hairstyles.
And for purposes of.
really?
You said you went to Oxford and arrived about what time?
And give
Oh,
you a
that's
time,
gonna be
um,
Rebecca.
And prior to this particular date, Can you tell me the last time you had been to Jay Lee's apartment?
I came down, last time I came to his apartment was in May when he graduated college,
Okay.
receiving his bachelor's degree.
So in May, you came to see him,
Graduate.
went by his apartment in May, and the next time would have been July the 8th when you left?
No, that's not correct.
Okay,
He
when's the
also
next time?
came down for the 4th of July holiday.
Okay.
He had just left home for the 4th of July holiday. He came down for the holiday weekend.
I just want to make sure, came to graduation 4th of July weekend, and did you stay at Jay's apartment?
No, actually, he came home for the holiday, 4th of July.
No, I'm sorry, Ms. Lee, I don't think you understood my question. If I ask a question and.
What was your question?
My question was the last time you had come to Oxford and been to his
The
apartment.
last time I came in May when he graduated college.
That's what, so he came home in July,
That's correct.
and he had braids in his hair at that time?
No, he did not.
Okay, but he wore braids regularly and dressed flamboyantly during this time frame of July the 8th.
Different times he would change his sense of style, his hairstyles.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Lee, that's all.
What did him dressing flamboyant have to do with anything, sir?
Ms. Lee, you said the last time you saw, was July 4th the last time you saw Jay in person?
Actually, it was July 6th before I went to work that morning. Jay was at home, but he also had a job that he holds, so he went to leave Jackson to come back to Oxford before I got off work that evening.
Okay. And the July 4th holiday was like a family thing?
It was a family gathering, yes, ma'am.
And so he was in Jackson July 4th and then July 6th, and he went back up to Oxford for work for July 7th?
Yes, ma'am.
No further questions.
This needs to be finally excused so that she can be in the courtroom.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right? Ms. Lee, you're excused as a witness. If you wish to stay in the courtroom, you can, or you're free to go. When you like, okay? On our next witness, sir, we're gonna need some time before. Y'all discuss that and see if we're going to. We're gonna need to ask the jury to step out. Yes, sir. Y'all gonna get plenty of exercise. It's gonna be on a short burst, but y'all gonna get a lot of exercise. Especially the man I got on the truck anyway. A lot of exercise.
So I wonder who is the next. Let me take it off of here, and I'll be right back. Let me get it off here, and you know what I gotta do. But Rebecca, so really, some people don't get any time. 20 years. So he was charged with, now he's charged with capital red rum because now they have a body. Lord, from the gate, they trying to, let me bring this back over, because from the gate, they trying to say something about Brady. Lord, it is too early. This is day one of this. Wait, hold on, I had it. His hair don't have anything to do with like that. Thank you.
Speak more. Who would you state cause the next witness? Jennifer Buford. I understand there's
Oh,
objection
okay.
to Buford's testimony. Tell me what that objection is.
Her name was disclosed in the 1121 disclosure of witness. This morning, I received from the state contents of emails between Ms. Buford and apparently Jay Lee, alleged victim in this case this morning. I would object to, first of all, the untimely disclosure on the 21st, and certainly the untimely disclosure content.
On the 21st, was anything revealed to you as to what the nature of Ms. Buford's testimony was intended to be?
It was not.
What is the intended nature of Ms. Buford's testimony?
So they gotta tell them.
Advisor at the University of Mississippi for Jay Lee, and you know that her name was disclosed top of the list on November 21st, 2020.
So he probably will get life because of that. So life is life in Mississippi, or life is like 25 to 30, Rebecca.
And what they intended to say.
It's,
I don't know.
was the defense advised of what the nature of Ms. Buford's testimony was going to be? That's a yes or no. That's a yes or no, not necessarily in writing, but at some point was Ms. Buford, what Ms. Buford's proposed testimony, was that provided to the defense or not?
It should have been in the discovery.
That's let's get down to you. Let's get
So
down
that's
to
about
yesterday.
yes.
Y'all are all officers of the court. It was or it wasn't anyway.
It's what it was in the discovery. That means yes. So they trying to get a Brady violation on what it sounds like. They know that the witness is going to be on the
8:45 this
stand,
morning, we received an email of conversation.
but they don't know what.
Prior to-
Oh, they trying to say they didn't know
Prior
about
to
the
that was
the
defense
conversations that
advised
they
as to
supposedly
what
had.
what the nature
Down.
of Ms. Buford's proposed testimony was.
Shut it on now.
Orally, writtenly, or anything else.
I believe that they would be able to look back in October of this year when subpoenas were issued for her records. And there would have been a return on the subpoena. And I know that we, as a rule, have them sent to defense. So they should have the return on the subpoena that we got from that October 2024.
Do you have a copy of that subpoena and what it asked for?
It should be in the file now.
I hope somebody tried to leave a book for record. Do y'all have an independent copy other than the court's file here?
I don't have it right now.
When would that have been?
October 2024.
You don't have that on the computer. Look right now and see if you got a subpoena for the records of Ms. Buford and what specifically that subpoena asked for.
September 30th, 2024. I've got a electronic copy of it.
They already trying to get stuff thrown out on Brady, so it might be some incriminating evidence on this. And I was going to skip through
Just
this,
let me look at it anyway.
but I'm intrigued by this, so I'm
Take
going
that.
to watch this because what are we doing here? You already know. Let me shut up. Let me. I'm gonna just reserve what I want to say about.
We should have gotten it whenever we filed it. Can't hear what you're saying, John.
Well, I guess it'd be more proper for me to talk to Mr. Creekmore. I've looked at it. You can take it.
And if it was filed, that means that it's
Procedurally, when a
public
subpoena is issued,
record,
it doesn't
right?
matter what, how, if any manner was an offense copied on the subpoenas.
I think it's in the copies. If not any should send it to them.
Subpoena was filed under seal, John.
I'm hearing a lot of, I think, and I'd like to hear a lot of yes or no.
Didn't receive anything.
Will defense,
Look, he looked like he's standing up there lying, Rebecca. What you say? Cause
I'll ask.
That's yes or no, anyway.
oh
If
goodness,
he'd go and get a copy from the clerk
This
later
is
on.
the man
copy of
from
sealed subpoenas,
Congress.
We had not got any return on that subpoena.
he's part of Congress.
So the defense.
Let me
has
go back
received a copy
let me go back to my
where the,
notes so I can see just what where in Congress where he's still. I'm not going to say if is he Republican or
We
Democrat,
retrieved that copy. We did, John.
but he is in
I'd like to
Congress.
see the emails itself, which one we proposed, and use the evidence.
We're not going to use the emails themselves. And I sent the emails to them this morning, just so they would have them available.
You're not going to attempt to introduce those emails into evidence?
No, sir, just to get into what was the nature of their discussions. Her as an advisor.
Let me
to JP,
tell y'all. Let me tell you about his attorney. One more again.
I'm pretty sure that when we've instructed
House Representative
our
Kevin
investigator
Haran
with,
is
their office to make sure that
the
everything
defendant's
was-
attorney. Okay.
I assume that was part of it.
What was a part of
The
it?
emails.
The emails?
Right. So sending them today was just putting them on notice that we did call Ms. Buford as a witness.
Yes. If a motion was filed, it's for public view. But of course,
State's disclosure.
I'm not
He's-
going to let you introduce any emails between, tell me what, if you're not
So
gonna
he
introduce
already
try to
86?
introduce emails between the parties, what is the proposed testimony of Ms. Buford?
That she was Jay Lee's advisor, that he graduated with honors, that she was also over the internship.
this is
program
crazy.
And was supervising him during the internship. Even though he walked, he still had that internship program that he was doing the summer of 2022, in July of 2022. Plus, he also had, she had communications with him about Lexi Dahl being able to be with him on campus. And that's it.
What's added to that? What's added to that we hadn't already heard anyway? What of that has not been covered by his mama, Mr. Lee's brother?
The fact that it comes from the advisor, independent relationship. She is his advisor, supervisor of the internship program, and that he independently had communications with her about his school, about the dog. These are all important to establish that he's not the kind of person that's just going to be leading these around.
I'm going to limit it, very limited, and I'll cut you off real short.
Yeah,
I'm gonna
do you
talk
know
very
why?
limited, about Ms. Buford. She was listed on the witness list.
She
those text
was.
messages, unless the state can state affirmatively that those emails were provided to the state, and I see to the defense, and I see the defense shaking their head. They wasn't, unless the state is prepared to say that they, prior to this morning, gave those emails.
The
I'm not
defense
gonna let those
attorney,
emails
I mean, he's
be
doing
introduced,
his job, but he's a trained liar.
in
Awesome.
but I will let you question.
Come
about
on,
the
y'all, what are
relationship.
y'all doing?
You
But
won't say something, go ahead.
thankfully, he's going to be retried. So, whatever y'all pulling now,
First of all, I'm going to have to do this on every witness that we're going to have on this thing. It's giving an impression to the jury that I'm trying to, I'm objecting, and I don't know how to handle it.
Oh, go sit
Jury's
down.
not here right
I understand that, but I'm voicing my objections.
Go sit
now. I
down.
understand you, Becky, and I'm gonna.
I was skipping through
Straight
this,
off real
Rebecca.
short.
We wasn't
Thank
going to do this, but when
Very
this
brief,
comes,
very
it gets,
limited to,
Like, is she here in the courtroom?
it gets.
Oh, so I can ask her
This is
questions.
interesting to me, even though, like,
Somebody
people might not understand what's going on. I know you know, but this is interesting to me how they already trying to, oh man. His hairstyle didn't have anything to do with anything. His mother told you he had versatile hairstyles. Short, braided, curls, whatever. He can wear makeup. He cannot wear makeup. That is his right. Nobody has the right to tell somebody to love. And allegedly, this closeted young man, decided to unalive him. And they're trying to get all of these text messages thrown out because their client invited him over there to his house. And he never left. But you had one hole out. Okay, now they didn't have a body. They got a body now. So I gotta like that Darrell Brooks say, chop chop. And find out when the retrial is going on, because I don't understand all of this business. He can wear a bust down wig down to his behind. That don't give him the right to unalive him because they're in a relationship and he don't want nobody to know about it because his family is religious. They kill me with this stuff. Like I said, nobody has to stand in front of the maker except that young man at the table and the young man that he took the life of. They trying to get everything thrown out. The fact that he searched how long it takes to somebody. Come on now. His attorney though. He's gonna hold on. Let me say it again. His attorney is House Representative from Mississippi, House Representative Kevin Horan of Grenada. All right, y'all know I'm not sitting through. I don't know what they doing, but we gonna fast forward through this because it's like we are pressed for time. But I don't like the questions that he's at, like you're digging already. Listen, I don't care what your client says. He's closeted. This man lived his life out loud. He was who he was. All right, so let me see what he is so trying to keep from the jury, the fact that she had an independent relationship with Mr. Lee. Okay?
Yeah. Can you tell the jury who you are and what you do?
Hi, my name is Jennifer Buford. I work at the University of Mississippi in the Department of Social Work. I serve as a clinical instructor of social work and field education director. And Jay Lee was in my class at the time that he went missing.
How long have you been in that position?
I've worked at the University of Mississippi for approximately 12 years.
And have you been a field supervisor? Is that what you called it?
Field education director.
Field education director. What does that mean?
I supervise field education internships for social work students at both the bachelor's and the master's level.
Okay, placing students in a professional setting.
That's correct. Making
Students.
sure that they meet CSWE competencies as they are practicing.
Okay. And you said Jay Lee was a participant. And what was his major? Do you know?
Social work.
Social work.
Bachelor's and social work student.
Okay. Were there requirements, like standards, before they could participate
Sure.
in that internship program?
Before they can intern, students are required to complete all other classwork, all classes aside from the internship and seminar class.
All right. So in May of 2022, had Jay Lee completed his requirements for his degree?
All of the requirements aside from the internship and seminar class, which is a 12-hour class.
And as far as those requirements, do you know whether he graduated with any kind of honors or anything of that nature? Do you know?
His graduation was an honorary
Okay.
graduation because he wasn't there to complete.
Okay. But as far as scholastic honors, do you know whether he had any scholastic honors?
No, I do not.
Okay. You're saying he didn't, or you don't know?
I don't know that he did. No.
Okay. And do you know whether he participated in any groups, organizations on the campus?
He was a member of the Black Student Union Association and ASB,
Okay.
Associated Student Body, and worked with the LGBTQ community on campus.
Okay. With that organization, do you know if he held any positions in those organizations?
From his email signature, he said he was director of that.
All right. Can you tell the jury how long when you first became aware of Jay Lee in a professional capacity, him as a student and you as a field education advisor?
So I met Jay Lee in the fall of 2021 when he was enrolled in Social Work 335, which is Social Work Practice 1. My next class with Jay Lee was in the spring of 2022, where he was enrolled with fields of social work, where we were preparing for the internship experience in that class. And then the last time in the summer of 2022, where he was completing his internship experience.
Were you able to make any observations about him as a person, his personality?
Jay Lee was a strong presence. He was very outspoken, expressive, and he communicated his thoughts and feelings, very well.
Do you know whether he had a pet?
I do know that he had a pet because he reached out to me once the first semester, and asked if it was okay if he could bring his pet to class.
Did you authorize that?
No, I cannot authorize that because it was against the policies. But he, asked every one of his teachers if he could bring his Pomeranian, I believe it was, who he'd had for 10 years.
All right. Did you actually recommend that he be placed in an internship setting?
I met with him to discuss various options, including what his interests were and what internships were available. And through that, we together decided that CPS was the choice. He actually ended up working at Lafayette County CPS. So, and
What is the Lafayette County CPS?
that's Child Protective Services.
And what do they do?
They protect the children of Lafayette County from child abuse, neglect,
Things of that nature.
investigate, yes.
All right. And your responsibilities as the field advisor, while he was in that program, would you have been in contact with him?
Oh, yes.
Daily, weekly?
Our class would meet on Fridays, usually from 10 to 12. Other than that, I would meet, as a matter of fact, the last time I met with him and the field instructor was in June, mid-June, for our midterm evaluation.
Midterm evaluation. So on July 8th of 2022, would Jay Lee have been still placed with the Lafayette County CPS?
That's correct.
How long was that program to continue?
Until the
he got
end
his
of July. Okay, so he had to complete 400 hours during that summer.
And do you know how many hours he had completed up until July the 8th?
Oh, he was within a few weeks of being finished.
So he wasn't done?
No.
Okay. And how did you find out that he never showed back up at his spot as an intern at Lafayette County CPS after July the 8th?
I believe his field instructor reached out and told me that he was not at the internship. And she was just kind of concerned about him. Yeah.
I'll play it forward. I understand what the testimony is going to be.
Let's bring it to an end anyway.
Bring it to an end. He's asking great questions of her, and she knew this young man. I'm confused.
Prior to that?
Prior to that, no.
That's all.
Cross-examination?
I'm definitely confused.
Your Honor, no questions of this witness.
All right.
Thank
Any citizens
goodness.
find excuse? Thank you for being here, Ms. Buford. You're welcome to stay. You're free to go, okay?
All right, so let's see who the next witness is, because we may or may not fast forward through it.
All right. Normally lunch is whenever we get to a stopping point. And today, the stopping.
So yeah, so they go on the lunch. So let's go right past that, because I wanted to get to at least the father's testimony, and then you know what, y'all, I'm gonna just bring this over, because I just want y'all to see how this defendant, I'm sorry, y'all, I gotta bring this over. Like, he didn't unlock somebody, and he just had it all in the bag because the body was missing, right? I'm just gonna bring him over just a minute and play this for y'all, because I think he sir, listen. I'm gonna just play this for y'all. Just look at him. Just look at his body language.
Mr. Davis?
Now they'll give him a job in Congress.
All right. Court come to order. It's about kickoff time.
Look at him. This is all a job. He is on trial for murder. Like, he's on red rum. Excuse me. Excuse me, y'all. He is on. What is there to smile about? You on trial for red rum, but he's sitting there with a House congressman. That's his attorney. And baby girl, you look like you can't tell this man nothing. Sir, you are, and since your family is so religious and they're spiritual, and I understand it and I get it, your grandfather's a pastor and all that passed down. Okay, so your attorney got, in his opening says something about the sin. So if you committed this crime, this is one of the worst sins to commit. It does not say as one of the 10 commandments, thou shalt not be a part of the LGBTQ community. But it sure says thou shalt not unalive. Y'all know for YouTube, I can't say the K word. So let me see who this witness is, because who is this witness supposed to be? Oh, is this Jose? Okay, so yeah, I definitely want to see this. Yes. So this is the best friend, Jose Reyes. Let's bring Jose over. I definitely want to see this testimony. I do. Oh, let's go.
Right around and have a seat. You may proceed.
Mr. Reyes, please introduce yourself to the jury.
My name is Jose Reyes. I've been a good friend with Jay Lee since undergrad. and I live in Marshall County with my family, and I went to school here for undergrad and also graduate school for social work.
Hey, so that was a lot. So tell me, you were good friends with Jay Lee.
Yes.
So you were familiar with the victim in Jay's case.
Correct. Yes.
But before we get into that,
All
you
right,
said you
for
went
the
to
mascara.
undergrad. Where did you go for
Okay.
undergrad?
Here at the University of Mississippi.
Okay, and what year did
Oh,
you go to the
listen.
University of Mississippi?
He said I'm coming here
have
to
you
represent.
graduated?
Yes, ma'am. I graduated in 2023 with my undergraduate, and then I came back
Hello,
and did
Golden
my
Aura.
master's.
Thank
and
you
finished,
for
this past summer.
coming. Thank
And
you.
what is your degree in?
Social work.
Is your master's in that as well?
You better
Yes, ma'am.
come and represent
And
for this.
are you currently employed in that field?
Yes, ma'am, I am.
What do you do for work?
I work as a therapist in
Here.
community mental health.
So let's go on to Jay Lee.
Thank
How did you meet?
you.
Funny enough, we met at an Ariana Grande concert in 2019. We were actually living in the same residence hall, but we didn't know about that until later when we met at that concert. And then ever since then, we both realized we love Ariana Grande. And since then, we've just hit it off. And then we later discovered that we're also in the same major. So we just stuck together since then.
And so you said that would be 2019 when you were a freshman?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
And up until his disappearance in 2022, were you
Golden
all still close friends?
Aura, hit
Yes,
that
ma'am.
like button. Thank you
Could
for
sort
coming.
of describe your friendship.
The best way I would describe our friendship would be very much like a sisterly bond, meaning like
Listen.
we would banter, we would gossip, very playful friendship. It was more so like a sister. I didn't really consider Jay Lee as a friend, more so as a sister, but not even like he did identify with he/him pronouns and was cisgender, but more so like, and I guess in queer world, sister's just like your cis. But
Well, actually, I'll have you explain that more.
Yeah.
You said that you saw him as a sister. Did Jay Lee identify as a woman?
he did not. He was actually cisgendered. He was comfortable with how he was born. That may not appear the way he presented himself physically, but we had many conversations. He said that he identified as most comfortable in his skin.
So when you say presents himself physically, how did he dress?
Fashionable would be a term. Very unapologetically, very true to himself. He did not care who had anything to say. If he wanted to wear high heels for his 9 a.m. on a Tuesday, he definitely would.
So kind of tell me more about his personality. What was Jay like?
Very vibrant, very silly, very caring, very compassionate. As we spoke, we were both in the same field. We were going towards social work, so you can only imagine how much compassion, how much love and care he had for other people. Very silly, outgoing, family-oriented.
So I kind of want to go back for a minute, just in case the jury didn't fully. I want them to make sure they understand. You used the term cisgendered. You were trying to say essentially that Jay identified as a man and didn't. That's how he was born, and he knew he was a man.
Correct. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Are you aware if Jay ever tried to trick anyone to think he was a woman?
No, ma'am.
But Joey's comfortable being male.
Yes, ma'am.
You said that he was family oriented. Did he talk about his family?
Yes, quite often. He seemed like he had a very, very close connection with his family. He would mention to me that he would speak to his mother daily. He would tell me about his stories with him and his sister. Okay, can you hear me loud and clear though?
Yes, you can make sure to just speak a little up. It's kind of a big room. Okay. And so you were saying that you were saying that he was family oriented, and y'all spoke about that.
Yes.
Okay. And you would say y'all were really close friends?
Yes, ma'am.
As a part of that, how often did you all talk to each other?
Daily. We would text here and there, and every once in a while, I'd get my FaceTime call from him.
So did the communication stay the same throughout the school year or into the summer? Did anything change?
I mean, it dwindled a little bit considering he started his internship, so he was fairly busy with his internship, and I was busy trying to enjoy a little bit of my summer, but I went back to school. I also had a job at that time, but he was mostly tied up with his internship responsibilities.
So in July 2022, did you still hear from Jay Lee often?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you remember when the last time you spoke to Jay Lee was?
It was actually the day before on Thursday. It was around close to the end of the day. I believe it was like 4:57, 58. I remember getting a FaceTime call from him. I had just came back from a walk around the neighborhood, and I got a call, and he was just telling me about his day. He was ready to go. It wasn't a long conversation, but we definitely did speak on that Thursday.
And that Thursday would be July 7th?
Correct, yes.
So when you spoke to Jay, was he in a good mood? What was his attitude like?
Yeah, he was in a good mood, happy that it was the end of the day. He was just telling me we should do something this weekend.
So without getting into anything that he particularly said, what was his mood? Was he in a happy mood? Was he sad, depressed? Was he in a good mood?
He seemed in a good mood, yes. He was in good spirits.
Okay. And in your friendship with Jay, had you ever experienced him any type of suicidal ideation or any type of thing of that nature?
None at all.
And is that something you would recognize considering your field of work?
For sure. He definitely has a loud, vibrant personality, so I definitely would have noticed something off if there was anything like that.
Are you aware of if Jay had any social media accounts?
Yes.
Okay, can you kind of tell me a few of the social media accounts that he had?
Well, Instagram, of course, Facebook, Twitter, which was what it was called at that point, TikTok.
And about how often did he post on these accounts?
Fairly often. I consider Jay Lee as my little celebrity. He would post on live. He would post just about anything. If it was a war show, if it was something that was going on, I would expect to hear from him somewhere online.
Would it be fair to say you would see a post from him somewhere daily?
Can you repeat your question?
Would it be fair to say that you would see a post from Jay, maybe a story or anything on one of the social media accounts daily?
Yes, there would not be a day that Jay Lee would not post. Whether it was something of him or just something that he had reshared or reposted, he was online pretty actively.
Since July 8th, 2022, have you seen any new posts from Jay Lee?
Unfortunately, no. I wish I had. I miss my little celebrity.
And
No, he is here.
let's talk a little bit more about, did Jay have any pets?
Do you have any pets?
Yes.
Yes, he had this spoiled Pomeranian named Lexi. That was his daughter, pretty much.
Do you know if he was close to Lexi or Lexus, the dog?
He was very, very close to, yes, I love that you included her government name. Yes, he's very close to Lexi. He would not really go anywhere without her. She had a backseat cage just for her, and it wasn't even a cage. She was spoiled, like I said, so it was like a little pink, comfy couch for her. She was always with him.
And how did you know that they were close?
I mean, it was so obvious. I mean, during this time, we would probably have their Christmas photo card by now. I remember one year, he dressed her up in...
Continue with your answer. You said around this time they would be sending out the Christmas photo shoot. One year, what did they do?
He would dress Lexi up, and he would be in his Christmas jammies and pose in front of the Christmas tree. That would be their photo shoot. They would often go on museum dates, go on walks. She was very, very spoiled.
As to Jay Lee's, how did Jay Lee get around Oxford? Do you know?
Usually through his own car.
Do you remember what kind of car he had?
Before he went missing, he had I believe, a black Impala.
So it was a black sedan type car?
Yes.
Did he ever allow you to drive that car?
Only once, and that was strictly for me to run an errand for him.
And what was the errand?
To get his oil changed.
So if you needed to borrow it to go someplace, did he allow you to drive it places?
No, I never really got to joyride it. Besides that one time I took it to get his oil changed. I believe he was probably getting like his hair done or something at that time.
You sort of talked about the LGBTQ community and that you all were sisters. Are you also part of the LGBTQ community?
Yes, ma'am.
And are you familiar with the term down low?
I am.
What does that mean?
Down low would be a word to kind of describe someone maybe a little discreet in their identity, may not really be comfortable with being known that they have interest in same-sex or LGBTQIA activities.
And
On
I
the
like
day,
the way his friend came and represented
July
for him. So
8th, 2022.
unapologetically.
I believe you said the last time we talked was on the 7th, right? The day before?
Yes, that's correct.
So on July 8th, 2022, did you have any contact with Jay?
Unapologetically.
Yes, I reached out to him the middle of the day because I had not responded to his last
Senseless,
message from him.
unalive.
And I had sent him, it was like a music video, but I did not hear back from him. And then I later reached out again once I realized that we were wondering where he was.
So how did you learn that no one knew where he was?
I was contacted by his sister, just asking me had I heard from him, and I said no. So at that point, that made me concerned because it must mean a lot if his sister's reaching out to me.
What did you do after having learned that information? Did you call him, check on him?
So I instantly texted him. Obviously, I texted him, and upon texting him, I noticed that the messages were green, meaning that they didn't send fully. He had an iPhone, and I have an iPhone, so they weren't blue, and that's when I was like, okay, this is weird. And then I started calling him. Nothing was going through, and that's when I started getting more concerned. At that point, I didn't know what to think.
And did you try to search for him or do anything of that nature?
So after not hearing from him, and after my phone calls not going through, my text going green, yes. So at the time, I believe if I remember correctly, I was at my parents' house with an ex-boyfriend, and I was like, something's up. I asked him, would you mind coming with me?
He said what he said.
Yeah, he's saying what he said.
Here, like, ask the question you like.
The question I had asked Mr. Reyes was if you had tried to look for him and you said you were at your parents' house and that you were with the ex-boyfriend and you were telling your ex-boyfriend that you were worried. What happened next?
So at that point, I suggested, can we go? Because I live in Potts Camp, so for reference, that's like 15 minutes from here in Marshall County. And I was like, can we go up there just to see, like, at least if his car's at his parked outside of his apartment complex. And then my parents, they weren't comfortable with me and him going alone, so they accompanied us as well. So we all hopped in our family vehicle and we headed to Oxford to his apartment complex. His vehicle was not there. I went up to his door. He was not there. I knocked on his door and all I could hear was Lexi through the door.
So you could hear the dog in there. And since that time, have you seen or heard from your friend Jay Lee?
I have not.
Brief indulgence.
He does not want to even look that way, honey.
Ask you a couple questions about your social media connections or contact with Jay Lee. Can you tell me what accounts that you used through Snapchat or Instagram when you communicated with Mr. Lee?
So we would primarily contact each other through iMessage, so through text. Every once in a while, we would send something to each other through Instagram, like a funny video or a post that we saw online.
Okay. And would it be a fair statement that that you were familiar with Mr. Lee's, according to what your direct testimony was, sexual preferences?
Can you repeat your question?
Are you familiar with Mr. Lee's sexual preferences?
As far as
through your conversations with him, whether or not he was homosexual, bisexual, or what he identified as, you're familiar with that, being in the same community with him, correct?
Yes.
And is it a fair statement that Mr. Lee was transsexual? Is that a fair statement?
It's not.
Well, tell me, based on what I understand on the reports that I've been provided, information that would lead someone to believe that's the fact. What is your representation?
No, he is non-binary.
So that he was cisgender, and he also liked men as well. But he was comfortable in his own skin.
All right. But as far as his activity, and you knew him, apparently y'all were best friends.
Like, what
really
is?
good friends, right?
Yes.
Okay. As far as your connection with him, is it a fair statement?
Sir, if you look at his social media, it does not portray that. I'm so sorry.
Dress up as a woman or in that manner and hook up with men, both of the community as well as individuals that you characterize as down low?
Oh, I would say down low.
What was your
question is, he
Down
dressed
low.
up
That's the other man's
flamboyantly
problem, not
as
his.
basically as a woman, correct? A lot of times.
He dressed as Jay Lee.
Okay, Jamie, but understand, but if someone, he just dressed up, if you just looked at him, he appeared
No,
to
he
be,
no,
dressed up
he
as
did
a woman on a
not.
lot of occasions, or at least in a feminine manner. Is that a fair statement?
Dressed very
No.
fashionably.
Okay, all right. So, would it also be a fair statement,
Yeah.
that he, quote unquote, liked to hook up with people that were on the down low?
If he did, then that's your
Excuse me?
client's
Was it a
problem.
fair statement based on, is it a fair statement based on what you know about Jay Lee that he liked to hook up with individuals that were, what you testified earlier, were on the down low? That he liked to do that? Is that right?
No, I would say no. What is the fuck? What are you talking about?
What's the relevancy to this question, sir? Can you rephrase it? I'm sorry.
Well, I want, and I'm trying not to ask you anything that I understand that you've already provided in the statement, but my question is that whether or not Jay Lee liked to hook up with individuals, I'm not saying whether it's men or women or what, but individuals that were on the down low, he'd like to do that, correct?
And if he did, that is
Would
on
you
the
call-
person.
On July the 11th, given a
Sir.
statement to Sergeant Douglas and Lieutenant Queen Jones, where you in fact told him
I don't know what the state says, I don't know. Not general statute. So, no approach.
I'm not understanding what the attorney don't get. If Jay Lee did like to hook up with people on the down low, then the person on the down low, that's the person's problem, right? Unless he told him not to say anything about him, but him hooking up with people that are on the DL, what relevance is that to this case? None. It still did not. He's not. Unfortunately, it still did not give him the right to unalive him, because if he was on the DL, it didn't give him that right.
Mr. Reyes, you called giving a statement on July the 11th to Sergeant Douglas and Lieutenant Queen Jones. I believe, I don't know exactly where you were, but you remember giving a statement to those two police officers?
What was the statement?
Well, I'm just asking, you remember talking to them first?
Yes.
Okay. And you remember making the statement to them, or did you in fact make the statement to them that Lee liked to hook up with people who were on the down low?
Is that what it
Making that
says?
statement.
It was 2 years ago, so I'm not quite sure what exactly I said.
At this point, you can't admit or deny that you made the statement. Is that a fair statement? I'm going to, but I want to make sure you give him one more opportunity. Do you remember making that statement?
No, I do not remember making that statement.
Ma'am?
I have an objection to this as well, because that's not his statement. That's,
Yeah. And he probably just child. I need to be looking to see when this is when the new trial is started. For this, because my blood is boiling. Because if you just telling everybody your client is on the DL. All right. So his client is on the street, probably, messing with the next person. To me, if you go to his Instagram, to Jay Lee's Instagram, it does not give that. He was very fashion forward. He wore makeup. Clearly, he looked like a boy. But that's his right. It's people's right to do whatever they want to do. The judgmental stuff is what gets me. And the judge made a comment that I don't like. I skipped past it. He basically said being on jury is like being in church.
Y'all hear me when I'm up here whispering? Good, that's next supposed to be.
Maybe, John, I'd like to have this item marked, with identification.
Identification versus the mark. I guess that's gonna be D1.
Can we just do 1, 2, 3, 4?
Without the test.
No, I'm doing the S and Ds.
What,
Someone on that jury about to know him. Yeah, it was one holdout.
Friday,
Everybody else voted to find him guilty.
I approached the witness, John.
It was one holdout.
Fred,
Yes.
I want you to look at this, what's been identified in D1. And, if you would look over it, please, and read it and tell me, after you read it, let me know that you've read it, okay? It's 2 pages.
Child. If he was on a down low, that's his problem. But thank you for telling the world, because that's what you essentially that's what you're saying. So it is what it is.
You done with this, right?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. After having reviewed offenses for identification D1, you recall making those statements to the 2 detectives, I referenced early investigators. You remember making that statement?
A similar statement. I'm not sure if I used those terms that you stated.
And also, can you state whether or not, based on your relationship with Mr. Lee, having knowledge of his activity within the community, whether or not he would hook up with people on a regular basis?
What does a regular basis look like?
Well, regular basis, I mean, you have to contact or hookups, referenced in this, with
He is
more than once a week, on a regular basis.
Oh, no, Jay Lee was very protective about that stuff. He only did so with people he had talked to at least for a little bit.
Okay. And,
boom.
in fact, he didn't tell you the names of any of the people that he hooked up with, but
Boom.
provided you nicknames, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And,
Your client name was Bookie
as
Bear.
far as, the statement that you made to Miss Douglas, Detective Sergeant Douglas and Lieutenant Jones, you did that voluntarily. They just were interviewing you, to basically, this was on July the 11th, just brought you in, interviewed, it was voluntary on your part, and you were free and open about, your relationship with Jay Lee, your friendship, things of that nature. Fair statement?
Fair.
Can you tell me the names of the social media, either Snapchat or Instagram, messages or anything like that? Did you previously testified that y'all just really Snapchatted, right? Mostly. Did you ever do any social media or?
He's
Instagram
trying
with
to
him through
impeach
any
him. He is trying so hard to
Did you
impeach
message
him.
him through any Instagram accounts ever?
Yes. I stated earlier that we contacted each other mostly through iMessage and every once in a while through Instagram and Snapchat.
I thought that's what you said. I want to make sure.
Yes, sir.
What was the name of your account at that time
None of your
Which account?
business.
that you used primarily with Jay Lee?
I would use my Instagram account. I'm not too sure what it's actually called, but it's a variation of my name, Jose.
Okay. And look, I'm not trying to take down, remember what you used 2 years ago, but do you recall, if you can, recall that account that you used during that
I
time
love
frame
Jose.
that you communicated with Jay Lee?
Sorry.
Yes, I said it was a variation of my name, Jose, so it was spelled HOE.SAY.
Okay. And do you recall the name of the account that you communicated with Mr. Lee?
I know he went through several changes in his username. I want to say it might have been something like I am Jay Lee or something of that nature.
Okay. Now, you indicated that that you never had any conversations where Mr. Lee ever had any suicidal thoughts or ideations of suicide. You did have conversations with him through social media or through some of these accounts about Jay Lee's, for lack of a better word, promiscuous conduct in his life, correct?
Can you rephrase that?
You had conversations, did you not, through your Snapchat, Instagram, things of that nature, where you, I'm not getting into the details of it, but you had conversations with Jay Lee about his activities within the community there, as far as hookups, names he wouldn't provide, things that he did, things that he preferred, things like that, right? I mean, you were close friends. You had those conversations, right?
Yes.
Okay. And part of those conversations, as I understand, was that, and I'm not saying that there's anything wrong or untoward about it, but some of these conversations involve conduct on Mr. Lee's part where he kind of enjoyed the fact that you see guys out who dress like a woman and they kind of find out he was a woman, like later on, and he kind of enjoyed that, didn't you?
No.
You did not enjoy that?
Like, he would not dress up as a woman to meet these people.
Okay. Well, he dressed up in a feminine way. Fair statement, right?
Generally, yes, but not just specifically to hook up, as you say.
But he did dress up during courting, as I understand it. Some of the information that's been provided as a result of search warrants that were done on behalf of the Oxford Police Department, University Police Department, that he would hook up with individuals dressed in the manner that you previously described in your testimony, right? As dressed up, feminine, flamboyant, and in a manner, he dressed up and met people in that fashion, right? When he was dressed up like that, right?
No, sir.
He never did that?
He may have, but that wasn't, he did not dress up just to meet with these people.
Mr. Reyes, I didn't say that.
No, that's what you're trying to say.
Yes, that's what I'm saying.
During the course of, quote unquote, some of the hookups that you referenced, he would dress in that manner. Fair statement?
Not in
He
the way
dressed
you
that
saying it.
Yes,
Okay.
generally, yes.
Because you're trying to say he dressed like that to meet men. That's not what he's saying. You're not going to trap him up. I love the way that he's not letting him trap him up, you know, with the shenanigans that he uses when
And
he's on the, in Congress.
also, you're familiar with the fact that Jay Lee,
They do a Jose
as far as
was
his
dumb.
routine and habit there in the community, as far as the LGBTQ community, he was one of the individuals that was well recognized in the community in the Oxford area, right?
Yes.
Yes, he was.
And also,
So, boom, that's something else for the prosecution.
you state that he wouldn't go anywhere without the dog, but he didn't take his dog out when he was engaged in hookup with folks in this area. Fair statement?
That's fair.
And also,
He
these
didn't
hookups
say he
that you're
took
making
his
reference
dog
to, a lot
everywhere.
of
Like
times,
this guy, I don't like him.
some of these hookups were people, and let's be honest, that he'd never met before, except through social media, that he would meet through social media, get dressed, or go meet people out in the community late at night, all hours of the day. Fair statement?
I don't believe they were random. I don't believe they were
I'm
like,
not necessarily saying they're random. I'm saying whether or not he would meet them through social media or through conversations as a result of his activity in the community. A lot of times we'll go out and meet them in different places in the community, right?
I'm not familiar with where he was meeting them at.
He is trying to paint him as
Well, it'd be a fair
this guy that
statement,
just randomly
would it
slept
not
with
stress
people.
that
It's ridiculous.
Jay Lee likewise
Yeah,
was
exactly.
participating
Rebecca?
in the download aspect of that community. Those individuals you described that they keep it secret, but he was participating in that aspect of the download community. Fair statement?
That's stupid.
No,
That is
You know
that.
that he used nicknames for certain individuals that he hooked up with. One of the nicknames, according to your statement, was medical student, nickname of confusion, and other nicknames that Jay Lee used to associate those names with people that you didn't know. He kept to himself, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So it would be a fair statement as what you described as download community. He was working or he was doing things.
Yeah, I like
secrets.
just let the defense attorney keep talking. Your a down low client.
sexual activity.
I mean, not a client. Your client is on the down low.
Can you
Okay.
rephrase your statement,
He
please?
wasn't telling you everything he was doing in his private life.
Correct.
Child.
He associated names with numbers of people, whether it be Junior, medical students, and there were other nicknames that he told you about, right? Numerous nicknames of other people, right?
Maybe not numerous. Those are just a few of the ones that I recall.
Okay, those all that you can recall at the time you gave that statement. Is that right?
Yes.
Sorry, y'all, about the rattling. I took myself off the camera, but. He is trying so hard to paint him into being like this promiscuous guy. He's having an anxiety attack. He's on the stand doing like techniques to combat that. You can tell. He's trying to prevent from, But good job, Jose, for representing for your friend, though. They tried it.
When you got back to, when you went by Mr. Reese's apartment, what was it? Did you go inside?
I did not go inside. I did not go inside. The door was locked from the outside.
The door was locked from the outside?
He stayed on campus, so the way the doors work on campus, you have to have key card access. That's the only way you can get into the room.
You know how many times you were interviewed,
Lord.
Mr. Reyes, by members of the University Police Department or Alfred Police Department?
No, sir, I cannot recall.
You don't recall any of those conversations?
I recall the conversation.
I'm sorry.
I don't like
remember how
him.
many times you were interviewed?
No, sir.
Ooh, child.
That's all right.
Jose, I want to give you a chance to clear some stuff up I was confused about on cross-examination.
Okay.
So, what was Jay Lee's sexual orientation?
Homosexual.
So he was gay?
Yes.
Okay. And I believe defense counsel was asking about like transsexual, like when you stated Jay Lee's gender, what did Jay Lee identify as?
Male.
So I couldn't hear you.
Male. So like I mentioned earlier, cisgender, so he was born male, he was comfortable with his male, like how he was. Yes.
And you believe they said that he would dress as in a feminine way sometimes. That's what was said on Cross. Was that accurate? Sometimes he would dress in a feminine way.
In a fashionable way, yes, ma'am.
Yes. And when he would dress that way, was that his usual thing?
Yes, ma'am.
And so, like, when you say fashionable, was he wearing dresses every day, pants every day? Like, what? Describe some of that.
I mean, sometimes it might be a pantsuit, sometimes it might be a dress. It just depended on his mood. Obviously, in college, sometimes we're running late, so sometimes it was sweats and a sweatshirt, but mostly when he could, he would dress to the fullest.
And just so we can make sure that it's clear, did he dress this way, as far as your knowledge, to attract men?
No, ma'am. He dressed that way for himself. I don't think he ever seeked validation from men, like I said earlier, very unapologetically.
We talked about participating in the down low culture. Was Jay Lee down low?
No, ma'am. As fashionably as he dressed, no, ma'am.
So it was obvious that he was gay.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. But when opposing counsel was talking about participating in the down low culture, I think he was referencing Jay didn't out people.
Correct.
You can kind of explain what that means to out people.
So a lot of times, as I mentioned, sometimes men that are down low, they may not be ready to really reveal their interests, who they really are. So, and obviously, people come from different households and different settings. So, outing somebody could essentially be telling other people that this person is XYZ without their consent. So a lot of times, we will like protect identities just to be courteous. Some people may not be ready for that, so we'd be mindful and we would not out anybody.
So people who are not ready to come out, why is that?
I mean, that can be a number of reasons. I couldn't just put one thing. Like I mentioned, family, fear of being discriminated, stuff of that nature.
And so these men that are on the down low, they're trying to keep this a secret. correct?
I believe so.
And they don't want to be exposed, correct?
Correct.
Now, did you know Jaylee's type?
I mean, I believe he would like go towards more masculine energy. I don't think it would ever just be a specific type, but it would be more so just someone more masculine.
So people who are kind of less like him.
Yes, ma'am.
But at the end of the day, he liked men who like men.
Yes, ma'am.
Uh-oh. Boom.
On cross-examination, defense counsel asked about hooking up with people. He was talking, hooking up with all these people. And you started saying he didn't just hook up with random people. What's your understanding of the people back in 2022 that Jaylee was hooking up with?
As I mentioned earlier, Jaylee is very protective of himself, so he would make sure that he knew them a little bit to some degree. He would not be the type of person to just get on and see somebody online and message them to hang out.
So he wasn't having random hookups. You also said on cross-examination that he was well recognized in the LGBTQ community. Would that be fair in Oxford?
Yes, ma'am.
So it was well known that he was a man, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And is it normal to, if someone is trying to hide their sexuality, to try to protect them?
Now, that's the question. And also, you go into that.
I didn't understand the question.
I'll rephrase, Your Honor.
Okay, you can rephrase it, whichever one you want to do. I didn't get it.
Let me rephrase. In the LGBTQ community, is it normal or abnormal, you tell me, to not expose or out someone who's on the down low?
I mean, it's more sort of like of a courteous type of thing. Obviously, someone wouldn't want to be outed, so why would someone else out somebody else? But yes, ma'am.
You wouldn't want someone to do that to you.
Correct.
I never got anything. I don't know. I was okay.
Let's move on.
Brief indulgence. Your Honor, no further questions.
Should be fine excused.
Yes, Your Honor.
You're free to go to the interview, go and stay, whichever one you want to do, okay? You can return to the audience or go home or whatever you like, okay?
All right, thank you.
Way to go, Jose. Way to go, Jose. Way to come and represent for Jay. He deserves justice.
All right, let's get a few break because it's
Not foolery. Like, it is ridiculous. Rebecca, you are absolutely right. And I love the way they thought that they were going to get him to say what they wanted to say. And Jose is a very intelligent man. I don't know what, he identifies as. But Jay identified as a man. And even if he dated people on the DL, then you just really sat there and you tried. So you're saying that your client is on the DL. That's what I got, basically. Your client is on the DL, and it was okay to unalarm them because if he outed him, I mean, that's what I'm getting because he's the one on trial, right? So you keep going all this stuff about, first you try to say about the trap. He got you together about that. He dressed like that to trap people. If you go to his Instagram, you can definitely see who he was. What, like he was the head of the LGBTQ community for college. That is not just something where it's just like, okay, he's the head of the LGBTQ community, but the straight community don't know about their community. And I'm wondering, in their community, the LGBTQ community, did they invite straight people there that wanted to come to educate them about their community? Now, there's only one gender in the LGBTQ community that I do not, care for. And it's nothing to do with, who they identify with. Oh, wow. Look at them. Why they are showing Jose. I got to bring this back, y'all. He back there making his lip gloss is popping. Listen, this is just like, something that I just looked up and it made me smile. So I'm going to play it. Because I'm like, hey, he is getting himself together. So you say that this young man sitting here at the table is part of the LGBT community. We get it. We get it. We get it. I didn't mean to remove nobody. Oh my gosh, y'all. Hold on. It just clicked on to something that it ain't. Lord, take me there. Hold on a minute. How did I do that? Oh, gosh. So let me go back here, y'all. Hold on. Rebecca, like it is utterly ridiculous what it is that you're trying to imply here. I don't understand it. But go off because it's not working. Sir, you need to get a freaking clue. You need to get a clue. Hold on, let me get the right thing back on. Child, because his attorney is getting on my nerves. All right, so let me bring it back. Oh, y'all saw all that. I'm sorry. Let me bring it back over here. Because, girl, I just want y'all to look at Jose get himself together in the back and then appear at the camera. So, Jose, listen. Jose, listen. Jose said, hold on. Let me get myself together because I'm staying in the courtroom. Look at Jose. You did a good job, Jose. They know about it the way people talk. Yeah. So those are probably the people from the some people from the LGBTQ community that are there to support. And shout out to Jose for not letting him rattle him. So you went over and over again. You told the people over and over again. You told the people that your client is on the down low, but I don't understand what sense that made. Did you do any research before you came into the court today, sir, to decide to get up there over and over and over again and talk about the LGBTQ community and how he liked to frequent the down low people? Okay, so I think this is his dad, and so I'm gonna watch this, and I'll probably resume this tomorrow. What time is it? Yeah, I am, because it's I gotta get up in the morning and do what I do. I would love to get through the first day, but let's see what happens. So his dad is going to leave this. Oh no! So this. No, this is not his dad. Hold on, this is not his dad.
And what do you do?
I'm an X-ray tech.
X-ray tech.
Correct.
Oh yes, that's not his fault.
Yes, sir.
I'm fine.
Whereabouts?
I work in Atlanta at Northside Hospital.
Okay, is that?
He's from Atlanta.
How long have you been there?
Okay.
I've been there for about a year now.
Okay. How old are you?
Yeah.
How old are you?
I'm 29.
Okay. Where did you have to go to school to become an X-ray tech?
Yes.
What did you have
Rebecca,
to do?
I don't know if I agree.
Get a job as an X-ray tech.
Well, I went to a radiology program at Mississippi Delta Community College in Moorhead, Mississippi. And it's just a 2-year program. You do clinicals and you do classroom work.
Okay. Got a degree?
Yes, sir.
Did clinical work and then got a job in Atlanta.
Right.
Are you living in Atlanta right now?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you've been there about a year and a half?
Right.
He is wrapped
Now,
up
back in
Atlanta,
2022, where were you living?
I was living here in Oxford, Mississippi.
All right. What were you doing here?
I was an X-ray tech at Baptist Memorial Hospital.
Okay. The main hospital here.
If
Yes,
you
sir.
just come here and can you hit the like button just in case you have
I
to
worked
exit?
there
I would appreciate
since
it. It
2020.
doesn't tell me who
I started
likes
as a
the
student
video,
intern, summer of
but it
2020.
does help the engagement. So just please hit the
You're
like
27
button.
years old?
I'm 29 now.
29 now.
Yeah. So I worked at Baptist Memorial about 2 years before I left.
So in 2022, you were
Okay, sir.
27.
okay. Now, do you know Jay Lee?
Yes, sir.
How do you know Jay Lee?
Jay was a friend of mine. I met him in the park.
When did you meet Jay Lee?
I met Jay in the summer of 2022, around May.
All right. So you went to the park in May, and can you tell the jury about how you met Jay Lee?
I was there feeding the ducks, and Jay happened to be walking in the park with his dog Lexi, and Jay was real friendly, so he just kind of approached me, and he was like, "I like your earrings," and I was just like, "Oh, thank you," and we just kind of struck up a conversation, started talking to each other. I remember it was hot, so we decided to walk over to the park benches where it was shaded.
We continue chatting, getting to know each other, and we exchange information. And we said we should hang out sometime.
From that moment that you met Jay Lee, how would you describe how often y'all communicated with one another?
We talk to each other about every other day.
Okay. And how would y'all communicate with each other?
We communicate with each other through Snapchat.
All right. And for some people that don't know how that app works, how can you communicate with somebody? The different ways that you can communicate with someone if you're both friends on Snapchat.
Okay, so Snapchat, basically what it is, you send people pictures with messages on them, they open them up, and you can send pictures back with messages on them. You also can directly message them, so it's just like an open chat, kind of like an iPhone message. There's a text thread there. You can do video calls, things of that such.
Okay. Would you use all different kinds of methods to communicate with Jay Lee?
Yes.
Through the messaging, through voice calls?
Yes, sir.
As well as taking photographs or video?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, from May until July, how would you describe the progress or the nature of your relationship? You just meet him in May, but by the time you get to July 8th, how would you describe to the jury that relationship?
It was a pretty good relationship. I thought it was a genuine relationship. I thought it was nice to make a genuine gay friend. So that was nice. And yeah.
Now, are you part of the LGBT community?
Yes, I am a gay man.
Okay. Now, how would you describe Jay Lee? Would he be a part of that LGBTQ community as well?
Yes.
Okay. Now, in the early morning hours, well, let me back up. If you could describe to the jury what your work schedule was and around the time of July of 2022.
Okay, so I work a 7-on, 7-off rotation. I go to work 7 days a week, and I'm off 7 days a week. And I would work from 7 p.m. to 7 a.m.
The night shift?
Yes, sir, the night shift.
All right. Now, just briefly describe what your duties are as an X-ray tech at Baptist Hospital.
All right, so like I said, I just shoot X-rays. If you come in, you have a call for cold, we shoot a chest X-ray. If you're in a motor vehicle crash and you break a leg, I'm shooting pictures of your leg. If you get a gunshot wound, So it's just diagnostic imaging.
Okay. So on July the 8th, early morning hours, were you actually working a shift at Baptist Memorial Hospital?
I was.
Okay. And that would have started at 7 p.m. and would have carried on until 7 a.m. that next morning.
Correct.
He worked 7 days
So 7
on
p.m.
and
on July
7 days
7th
off.
to 7 a.m. on July the 8th.
That's a lot.
During that time, did you ever get a break?
Yeah, I mean.
Or let me ask, did you receive any messages that night?
Me and Jay were texting the whole entire night.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. And now, there was a time period when you got a text from him that you didn't see it until later. Is that correct?
Yeah, so we were texting up until probably like 1 a.m.
Okay.
And then it stopped. And then I received another text message from him at 5:21 in the morning.
Okay.
And it just said, I'm bored.
Yeah. All right. Did you see that as soon as that text came through?
So the way Snapchat works, you just get a notification. It says, hey, Jay has sent you a message, but you have to actually open it up to see what it says. I saw it when he sent it to me, but I was working.
Right.
So I do morning portables at 5:30 in the morning.
What does that mean?
Okay. Morning portables, you get a list of people every day who need chest x-rays, who just had surgery per se and just need to be checked up on daily. So I had my list of chest x-rays. I said, hey, this will take me about 30 minutes to do. At 5:30, I'm gonna run up and do it, and I'll be back down when I get done. And when I'm finished, I'll reach back out to him.
Okay.
So that's what I did.
All right. So what happened after that?
I decided to call him. I video chatted him. And when I video chatted him, I noticed that he was up and he was on the go.
You noticed what?
He was up.
Okay. What does that mean?
Well, for me, I'm like, it's 6 o'clock in the morning. I expected him to be in bed maybe.
Right.
But like I said, it was daylight. I could see it was bright out. I could see that he wasn't at home in bed.
All right. Did you make any other observations about what he was doing?
It looks like he was leaving his house.
Okay. How do you know that?
Like I said, the phone was pointed up and I could see like a hallway to like the outdoors. And I asked him, I was like, where are you going? He told me he was going to be grown.
I don't think that's here. I don't know. The response may be hearsay.
Can we approach him?
Okay.
He said he was going to be grown. You heard him? He said he was going to be grown. We all heard it. He said that he was going to be grown. Child, he said he was going to be grown. That's where he was going.
That's good. Give me a little more.
All right, the witness had stated that he asked Mr. J. Lee, where are you at that time. There was objection, I assume, in anticipation of what the answer to that question was going to be anyway. I assume that he's going to say J. Lee responded in some manner. Is that correct?
That's correct.
That's what you're objecting to.
And basically, if the court would allow, the state would proffer that.
Tell me what the answer to that question would have been.
Jay Lee is basically going to say to Mr. Fears that he's on his way to meet somebody. They got in an argument before, but he's going back because he's expecting some benefit, a sexual benefit.
Ooh. Child, if the jury can't hear, we heard it.
Defense contends that's hearsay. Is it offered for the truth of the matter asserted?
It is not.
What's it offered for then?
I'm going to let Wynn argue this part.
All right. Well, if it is either is or is not offered for the truth of the matter asserted.
The way it would not be is because.
I'm going to let one of you argue. I'm going to pick your best horse to ride. Go ahead.
Yes, Your Honor. Your Honor, well, our argument is twofold. We're offering it for the truth of the matter that he was going to go somewhere. The hearsay exception for it is the then and there existing mental state or condition. Your Honor, I actually have a case cite for the court. It is Holloman v. State, 178 Southern 3rd 689.
If you would give me just a second to get my able assistant, I want to actually read the case instead of, not that I don't take y'all's word for what it says, but I like to read it myself. Did you get that cite book?
I can give the court an overview while you're waiting for it to
go ahead, please do.
In that case, Holloman was charged with having killed his wife. Her friend, his wife's name was Laura, and Laura spoke to, Katie, her friend, before leaving. She told Katie that she was leaving him, that she wanted a divorce, and that she was taking her clothes from the closet, packing them up and leaving. It was within the court's discretion, of course, in the admissibility, but the argument was that it was a statement of the declarant's then existing state of mind, emotion, sensation, or physical condition, such as intent, plan, motive, design, mental feeling, or pain. And it did not include memory or belief to prove the fact remembered. It was just what she was going to do, and it's related to her execution or identification of the declarant's will. Mr. Fears is here to testify as to what J. Lee was telling of what his intent was, and why his intent was that. It is similar to the statements made by Holloman's wife to her friend regarding what she intended to do, which is that she was going to leave him and she was going to pack her clothes and that she wanted a divorce. In that case, it was allowed to come in. It was affirmed by the court. And Your Honor probably has a case by now.
Can you direct me to a head note or something to the good
Yes, it's actually
head note number 10 there, spontaneous statement.
head of 6. The paragraph before that has section 3. So whether the trial court erroneously admitted hearsay statements by the victim.
Y'all give me just a second.
He just said that he was going to be grown. Child. My whole thing is, if you don't want to be caught up in something like this, then don't participate. He said what Jake told him. Yeah, so it's hearsay. But what she's saying is she brought in a case because he was explaining to him what happened and he was going to go back and why he was going to go back. So his state of mind as to why he's returning was the actual favor. Now it's up to this judge to let it in because the case
later testifies that this information it is going to come into how well, the detective testifies it's about how they're proceeding in their investigation.
You're right.
And then later on, the defendant admits that he invited him over. So it's even if it was ruled not a hearsay exception, Your Honor, although we do believe it to be one, it would be harmless because the same information is coming.
I'll hear from the defense, but anybody want to can argue it. No.
The case that they cited is making reference to a statement made in the presence of a witness that observed the event occur as to some type of assault. That's not the case here. Also, what they're telling the court is that they anticipate that if you let it in now, it would be harmless error because it's going to come in later. Your Honor, under that particular case law, it doesn't satisfy the exception as a present sense impression.
Yeah, it came
we
in
had
during
conversations
his
about
interrogation, but
conduct
guess what?
that,
He gonna
may or
try
may
to
not
probably.
occur between
He's probably gonna try to.
the declarant.
The interrogation
and
video
someone
is
else.
horrible.
Case they've
I don't
cited
even
is
think that I'm gonna play
I'm gonna
that
take
part
this
of the
case
trial.
in
It's
its
horrible. You
entirety
can't
anyway.
even understand anything. Yeah, so basically, he overruled it anyway, which I knew he was gonna do anyway, because he's been working like in the. No, he's overruled it, so he overruled it. Okay, what am I thinking? I'm thinking he sustained it. He overruled it, so basically he's gonna allow it. Woo! Whoa! Let's see what this gonna be about. Yeah. Why he standing there? It ain't his turn.
I'm listening. Go ahead.
The witness observed the activity between the alleged victim and the defendant, and as a result of that, the statement, she packing up going to divorce the individual, courtroom because she had observed something, and that statement was made during the course of that particular.
I thought he overruled it already. Why are we here, Hilton?
It's clearly not here.
Love, did he overrule it, Rebecca?
Let me just leave one more second. Like,
Because he saw it. He saw Jay outside. Same thing. He saw Jay outside. Child. I'm so glad he going back to trial. Let me see if they got a new trial date for his behind. Yeah. Oh yeah. Let me see if my. Oh, whatever. Did he overrule it? Come on now.
I don't find this really rule being 803.3 rules of evidence. A statement of declarant's then existing state of mind, emotion, sensation, and physical condition, such as intent, plan, motive, design, mental feeling, pain, and bodily health. If the testimony is, I'd ask the witness to step out for a minute because I don't want him. I want to, I don't know what the testimony's going to be, and I don't want to be giving anybody a horse on what to say.
Okay. He came suited and booted.
As it relates
The
to,
witness, I like that.
As to the extent that the statement by Jay Lee to this witness is to what his plan was, I will allow it, route to be introduced. Nothing further than that. Nothing further than what his plan was. And I don't know what statement it is, but if it's something more than what he planned to do, it'll be excluded. As to what he planned to do, it'll be missing. Is that clear as mud? And if somebody wants to give me a proffer of what that statement is anticipated to be, I'll tell you what portion of it is admissible and what portion of it is not admissible.
Thank you, Rebecca.
He testified he was basically on like a FaceTime with Jay Lee as he was leaving his apartment. He wasn't at home. And
Yeah,
that he
and
would
it doesn't
testify that
show who liked
Jay Lee
it
was telling
if
him
you're
that he was
here.
going,
You don't
where
have
he was
to
going
leave.
and why he
Just
was
hit the
going.
like
He was
button. It
like,
won't
I'm
tell
going
me who
back to
liked
meet
it.
this guy I met with
Thank
earlier,
you,
watching everything
Rebecca.
because we had a fight earlier. And that's what the statement is going to be.
I don't. I'm not going to let the part about because we had a fight earlier in. He can say that I'm planning on going somewhere, but I'm not going to let him talk about that.
Yeah, but he planned to go somewhere and get some. Look, he planned to go somewhere and get him something.
Y'all carried me pretty far down the hearsay road already. That's as far as I'm going.
May I make a record?
You please do. You can make any proffer proof that you like.
Once he hears that information, this is on the early morning hours of July the 8th, 5:58. On July the 11th, he has sent a post from social media from OPD asking for information on the whereabouts of Jay Lee. It's that information about the fight and about where he was going that resulted in this witness on his own contacting law enforcement to provide them that information. Whether it's true or not, doesn't matter. Because of the nature of the information, it was important that he tell law enforcement.
We'll cross that bridge when we get to those witnesses. But as to this witnesses, I'm going to let him testify as to what Jay Lee's plan was. That the plan is I'm going to see, I'm going to see some guy, basically. But I'm not going to, I don't think that the reasoning behind
But he is
the plan not the same
returning. He
plan.
already went to see him, so he's going back.
You can ask the defendant,
Child, they get on my nerve.
what Jay Lee told him about where he was planning to go.
Okay.
And what he was planning to do, as to his motivation as to why he made that plan, or as to why he was going where he was going. I'm going to exclude that testimony. That's not part of the plan.
Child.
That's the basis behind the plan. All right, and if you need me to discuss that with your attorney with your witness before you get back before the jury, I'll let you do that. But, court is going to find us. For purposes of this witness's,
Child.
this witness is hearsay.
And I get it.
The complete statement may
Right.
not be hearsay, but for purposes of this witness at this time, the court's going to find it as hearsay.
So where he was planning to go. I was just writing down what Your Honor said the question was.
Do it now?
I was writing down the question. Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay. Anybody have any objection, Mr. Creekmore advised me, or we're going to do it here on the record, any limitations of it? Okay, all right.
Yeah, he is sitting there like he is like hold on, let me speed this up so we can get past this so we can get him back. Oh, he back already. I have it sped up, believe it or not.
Y'all
But
wish me to address the witness, or y'all want to try to talk to the witness? Do y'all wish me to address the witness on some limitations, or y'all want to try to do that?
I've spoken to Mr. Fears about the court's ruling
Okay.
with respect to not saying anything in the presence of the jury about Jay Lee saying that they had been into a fight earlier. Is that correct, Mr. Fears? Okay.
All right, shut the jury back in.
then he ain't say nothing about he was going back. He just said they can't say nothing about an earlier fight. But he was going back. So you know what? So let's see why they're going to work this. Watch. Let's see if the defense objects again. Because he just said, don't say that he was going, they had a fight earlier. But he was going back. So he was just going to go back.
everybody good on jury?
The fight is
All right,
is
you may proceed with the
is
question.
important
Thank
to
you.
me because why he was
Before
just
we took
going
a
back
break,
to
we
get
were talking about you noticing on
expecting
your
a
phone,
sexual.
I believe
It
it's 5 p.m.
changes the
that,
meaning of why he's going back
you got a message
by
from Jay.
eliminating that.
5:21 a.m.
Yes, sir. 5:21 a.m. He texted me. He said, "I'm bored."
Okay, all right. And then you called him
5:58. I called him.
5:58,
5:58.
and you could tell he was going somewhere.
Yes.
Did you hear him get in his car?
Yes.
Did you know what kind of car he had?
He had a black Ford car with his name on the tag.
Jay Lee on the back.
Yeah.
Any other noticeable features about the car?
No, it had a big stripe on the front of it.
Okay, all right. And could you hear the car in the background?
Yes.
All right. And what was said in that conversation?
Justice
with
for Jay Lee.
He was just telling me about how he had seen someone earlier, and he was going to see the person who he had seen earlier, and he described the things that they did. He also told me that
He understands the assignment because he's doing well.
Yes.
He saw him earlier. He said he saw him earlier. He didn't
happened
say
after
not
that?
to say that.
okay,
What else did he say?
he said
He keeps listen, Linda. Listen, Linda.
What his plans were.
What was
In
his
that
plan?
conversation,
What did he
did he
say?
tell you what his plans were?
he said he was going to get oral sex, receive oral sex.
Oh, he was the get. Ooh. That makes it worse. Oh, he was down there. A goop.
Thank you, hon. Was it your understanding that he was going to meet somebody for that oral sex?
Correct.
All right. What if, were you concerned about that?
I mean, yeah,
All right. Why were you concerned?
because of what he previously told me.
Okay. Well, did you know enough about Jay Lee in the LGBT community to know that he was out in the open?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you know anything about his preferences?
Yeah, he communicated with me what he liked.
Okay.
He told me what he also attracted, though.
And
The jury is like I am.
look up to you in some way?
I would say so, yeah. We were,
And why is that?
because I was a
No, I
27-year-old
don't
man.
think so.
I mean, I'm not new to this. I've been around the block. I know how it works. I know how it goes.
All right. And did
Oh,
you
he's
give
been
him any
around the
advice
block.
about that?
Yeah, I would tell him that like a down low man or like a man who isn't comfortable with their sexuality is not someone you want to be out here hooking up with. I was like, because, you know, if
What did you tell him?
I told him, I said they would kill you before their dirty little secret gets exposed.
Oh. Wow.
Now,
What a premonition.
how would you
Wow.
describe
Whoa.
Jay Lee, his personality?
Well, first of all, Jay was very brave. You get what I'm saying? He was very fun, friendly. He loved to dance, vibrant, bright.
And when you saw him, was he typically always put together,
Well,
fashionable?
he
So,
was get.
what about his
oh my
relationship
God.
with his
He
dog?
was the guy was giving at
go
the
anywhere with
table.
Didn't go anywhere without Lexi.
Are you smiling now,
And when you were talking to Jay Lee
Mr. Giver?
5:58 a.m., how did he sound then? Did he sound depressed or
No.
concerned about anything?
No.
Did he sound more like the Jay Lee that you're used to? Vibrant,
Yes.
excited?
He sounded like he was going to go have some fun.
Okay.
He didn't know that was the end of his life. Wow.
Of course, indulgence. All right. Did you know Jay Lee to use social media?
Yes.
Did you pay attention to what he posted?
Yes.
All right. And then after July the 8th, well, let me ask you this. Did you know him to post often and regularly?
Jay would post every day on his story.
And then after your last conversation with him, did you ever see him post anything again?
I did not.
All right. Now, did he ever try to contact you again
After?
after?
No.
Did you ever try to contact him?
Yeah, I reached out to him and I said, "Hey, friend," and it never got opened. The message was never opened.
Message was never opened. All right, then what happened on July the 11th of 2022?
July the 11th. Okay, I woke up, getting ready to go to my shift. I got ready, and before I'm leaving out the door, I'm checking my phone, looking at my messages, and someone messaged me saying, "Hey, I see that you've been hanging out with Jay a lot. He's missing. Have you seen him?"
Okay.
So that happened, and once I got to work, I reached out to the number that was on the UPD, the campus police.
Did they send you the post from University Police Department
Yeah.
sending out a request for information?
Yeah.
So you had that post,
Mhm.
you called that number.
Right.
All right. And what happened after that?
I worked my normal regular shift. Two police officers, I'm assuming, came to my job later on that night and interviewed me.
Okay. So you reached out to law enforcement to
Yeah.
tell them what you knew, to see, did you know whether that was going to be helpful or not?
Well, I mean, I knew it would because I knew what kind of conversation we had.
Right. Okay. So when you found out Jay Lee was missing, it made, in your mind, that conversation even more important.
Absolutely.
Okay. Court's involved.
I don't think they will not.
Good morning,
be the
Mr.
same
Pierce. How you doing
jury.
today?
I'm well.
I missed it. I just wanted, you work at Baptist. What is your job responsibilities? I just wanted it on my notes. What
Yes,
you do out there.
Rebecca.
I was an
yeah.
X-ray tech at the time,
Are you still doing that now?
I'm still an X-ray tech today,
But not at Baptist.
but not at Baptist.
Sound like you worked a lot of hours.
Did. I worked 40 hours a week.
12 on, 12 off, and that's a full-time job you had there, right?
Right.
How long had you been working there?
Been working there since 2020.
Okay. And so when you testified earlier that you met Jay Lee in the park, when was that? How long had you known Jay Lee prior to July the 8th of 2022?
I met him in the park in May.
May. So y'all known each other, became pretty instant friends, pretty tight at that particular time.
We were building a friendship. We were getting to know each other.
Okay. Were y'all involved in any type of relationship at all?
We were friends.
Okay, just friends, no other type of relationship.
Oh, sorry about what the heck are you doing, girl? Wait a minute. Yeah, I done did something up. You just sped up the video. I said after this witness now. Why in the world? Okay, so let me go up to where we were and I'll bring them back. Child, he's sitting there like he lost his whole dog. After that witness got off the stand, honey. Hold on, y'all. Now, all right, so where was his attorney? I think this is it right here. Because the screen turned kind of black or something. Yeah, so she had to cross-examine because, all right, I think this is it. I'm so glad that his friends came and represented for him. And, you know, speaking intelligently, and just in case you don't know, like I have the video like sped up. All right, so that's what he thought everything was a joke. Hold on, let me see where is it. Okay, so no, that's the hold on. How did I do this? Oh, okay, so that was before they had the argument. Hold on, Rebecca. Because after him, I'm gonna hold it off, and I guess tomorrow. Okay, all right. We're right here. I got it. I got you. Oh no, that's too far back. So we're gonna take it from here. All right, so it's right after here. Not. Oh wait a minute. So no, that's too far. Okay, so it's a little before that. Oh, okay. So here we go. Sorry about that, y'all. I don't know what I was doing and hit the daggone button. So we're gonna just take it from the top when it comes to this stupid attorney. Here we go. Sorry about that, y'all.
I missed it. I just wanted, you work at Baptist. What are your job responsibilities? I just wanted it on my notes. What do you do out there?
I was an X-ray tech at the time.
Are you still doing that now?
I'm still an X-ray tech today,
But not at Baptist.
but not at Baptist.
Sound like you worked a lot of hours.
Did. I worked 40 hours a week.
12 on, 12 off, and that's a full-time job you had there, right?
Right.
How long had you been working there?
Been working there since 2020.
Okay. And so when you testified earlier that you met Jay Lee in the park, when was that? How long had you known Jay Lee prior to July the 8th of 2022?
I met him in the park in May.
Right. So y'all known each other, became pretty instant friends, pretty tight at that particular time.
We were building a friendship. We were getting to know each other.
Okay. Were y'all involved in any type of relationship at all?
We were friends.
Okay, just friends, no other type of relationship. Okay.
No, you dummy.
Would it be a fair statement, Mr. Fears, to say that that during the course of your becoming friends with Mr. Lee, that he used different platforms to establish hookups with basically random hookups?
Would it be fair?
Yeah. To say that.
I don't understand the question.
Did he use, as well as, I mean, you have, according to what I understand, during the course of your investigation,
He trying to use these trigger words.
Jay Lee and yourself, not necessarily together, used an app called Jacked.
Okay.
And that Jacked is an app for the purpose of hookups, right?
It can be used for a lot of things. It can be used for hookups, dating, chatting, networking.
But for purposes of Jay Lee's use of Jacked, and not necessarily yours all the time, but it was used for hookups for Jay Lee, as you understand it.
I'm not quite sure.
Okay. But you remember giving a statement at the time that you were interviewed, that you referenced to on direct examination, that that Jacked Up is something that being you, and Jay Lee used to hook up?
He did not say that. Did you hear that, Rebecca? Rebecca, did you hear that? I did not hear him say that. I didn't even hear him say nothing about Jack. I didn't hear him say nothing about no Jack or Jacked Up. That's an app? I'm gonna have to look at this. What, Jacked or Jacked Up? Child. What? I didn't hear him say nothing about no app they use. So I'm going to say that that's false. I don't know if you heard it or not, but I didn't hear that.
No, I'll rephrase the question and try to do it all at one time. That's okay.
Yeah, because he didn't say that. So you are lying. Do what you
Mr. Fears,
do here in court and at your other
Jack, did you use it?
job.
Did you have knowledge that Jay Lee used it for the purpose of hooking up with other people?
I think you can only assume that. Jay never said, hey, I'm on this app doing this.
No, I'd like to have this brought for identification.
I'm so glad that these people that have the two that have gotten on the stand so far, that they are not as dumb as he thinks, because that's what he thinks. And I'm so glad that they're showing him different. If spinning a narrative was a person right now, he would be the picture. That's not what he said. Thank you, Rebecca. I just want to make sure that I'm not hearing what I heard. I didn't hear him say nothing about even about an app. So he is definitely up here twisting and trying to spin a narrative, but it's not working well for him. And I commend them for, being swift on their toes. And he like, I know in his mind, he like, oh, snap. Yup, he's trying to put words in their mouth.
Point on this particular document is identified.
What are we doing?
As Exhibit D2. And just read it. I'm gonna run my pen across it.
Look, he like, give it to me.
Tell me
Give
whether
it
or
to
not
me,
you
ninja.
recall this
Ninja.
information during the course of the interview that we referenced. You've had an opportunity to look at the identified.
One shade, one of these days. I did 150 years old, so we had to get y'all shades for the window anyway. That dog that sound like next to you.
Gotcha.
As far as that particular statement, you recall making that statement to the detectives pertaining to the Jack Up app, that you told them there was an app that you and Jay Lee used for the purposes of hooking up with other males in the local area.
The detectives asked me what Jack was because they didn't know what it was. So I described to them what Jack was, what it could be used for, that hooking up with people is what you can use that for. Most one of the things you can use that for.
But as far as the portion of it in this particular statement, I'm not going into the rest of it, but for
No, you want to pick and choose because you want to paint this narrative of this young man. How you gonna pick and choose what you want to say?
I thought we were going to have talking objections here.
If there's a, I'm going to let you ask the question. Did you? I think he's already answered the question anyway, but I'm going to ask the question one more time.
Do you recall you admit or deny that you gave that particular statement to the law enforcement officer?
What particular statement? What did you just show?
Whether or not that y'all used that app for hookups.
That we use it for hookups?
Yes. You deny that statement.
I still don't understand the question.
The question is, do you admit or deny that what's in this officer's report pertaining to what they took down in this report is in your interview, at some point in time, you admit or deny that you told them that Jack was a app that y'all used to hook up with men in the local area?
I admit to telling them what Jack was, what you could use it for, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah, he didn't just say that it was just for that. This attorney is wicked.
Interview, you also identified not only Jack as an app that Kaylee used, but BLK and Grindr in order to have hookups.
I don't know what BLK is. I never said that.
Let me show you again whether or not you recall this statement in this officer's report. Okay.
Like, first of all, who you talking to?
Yeah, come on.
Yes, like first of all, who you talking to like that? You know what I'm saying? That's number one. Who are you talking to like that? Number one. And number two, you can't just take a part of a statement, and if that's a summary, then that's not his statement. Okay? If that's a summary, it's not his statement, because they could have just pulled whatever they pulled from it. But he's not giving a totality of the statement here. He's like what people do to videos when you're a T-page, when you just clip up what you want to hear. This is a court of law. This is not like T. Like, no. Child, this man is a mess. Let me see where let me see what his other job is again. Look, because I often forget about this attorney. He is the House of Representative Kevin Horon of Grenada. So he works in Congress. But I love the way I love the way they are representing for Jay, justice for Jay. I love the way they are representing for him. I love that they are getting up there. They're not up, bobbing and weaving on, all of that. Or, you can tell they're part of that community, but very intelligent. They speak intelligently. They are using correct grammar. And they are there to represent their friend. While he has been unalived by this man on a DL, and thanks to your attorney, he the one that put it all out there, because all the questions that he's asking is leading up to one thing. You a DL man, and now it is worldwide public knowledge that he was going back because the way your attorney had them take out portions of, whether they took that portion of fighting out or not, he was going in and you was going to be doing, you was the one that was going to be pleasuring him, giving him that I was getting some, I was getting some, So you're the one that was, and he's the one that was gay, but you're the one that was,
Ms. Spears.
Yes.
Without going into the content.
Child, this is a lot.
You were interviewed
Whoa.
twice, fair statement.
You said what?
You were interviewed twice in this one time.
I was interviewed by 2 separate people.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's my point. First time that you.
What is your point?
That I've been provided, 7/12/22 is when, my understanding is, you made representations to, the officer about the app, Jacked, Grinder, says in here BLK, but you denied making any reference to BLK. Okay, you know what Grinder is?
I know what Jack is, and I know what Grinder is.
What about, and what, would you agree with me that those apps are apps that Jay Lee used, and one of which apparently you used for the purpose of hooking up with other men in the local area?
How many times you going to ask and answer?
Look at Ms. Spears. Yes or no, you can explain yourself to the extent you need an explanation. Is that yes or no? Use those apps, correct, to hook up with men in the local area.
You just asked me if Jay Lee and I.
Not together, that you had knowledge that Jay Lee used these apps and knowledge that you used at least the Jack app to hook up with men in the local area.
No. I did not have knowledge that Jay Lee was using the apps to hook up with anybody.
Okay. So the statement in Defense Exhibit 2, Khalid explained to us that Jay Lee used apps such as Jack, BLK, and Grinder in order to have hookups. That's wrong in this report.
Jay never told me that he was hooking up with people on these apps. We never had that conversation.
Oh, shut
Khalid
him
explained to
down.
us that the Jack app, what it is, and showed us how it works. He showed them how it works.
Right.
He explained that Jack, we did that. That part of the statement is correct, right? Okay. Khalid explained that the Jack app is something that he and Jay Lee used to hook up with other males. That's incorrect.
Like I said, Jay never told me. Like I said, we were building a friendship.
Sure, I understand that.
And you don't just come out and be like, hey, this is what I'm doing, da, 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 da. No. So I've never heard Jay from his mouth say that, hey, I'm on these apps doing this. No, what I do is something totally different, but you didn't tell me that. No.
Okay. And so
It ain't none of your business
how
what you
often
use the apps
would
for,
you
because
and Jay Lee talk every day, every other day?
Me and Jay would talk about one every other day.
All right. And it's a fair statement, is it not, that you were familiar, you had conversations personally amongst yourself through Snapchat and through other, whether it be Instagram, things of that nature, between your address and his address? Fair statement, your account, right?
We communicated on Snapchat.
All right. And your account at that time was KHAALIDDY. That's you, right?
Right.
All right. And it's a fair statement, is it not, that you and Jay Lee had conversations about what he liked to do sexually and what you like to do sexually through the course of those conversations?
That's not fair to say.
All right. You never had those conversations about sexual stuff or activities or
We had conversations.
preferences or anything like that?
We had conversations about what guys were into. I never asked him about who he was having
he
sex
said
with.
what the app is
Understand that.
for. He
I'm
didn't
not
say
necessarily
that
talking
Jay
about
used the app
preferences.
book for
I'm talking
anyone.
about
He
activities
tried it
you
with
do.
the last witness.
He may be doing with
He
sexual partners
tried it
that
with
you
the
may
last
like,
witness and it
you may
didn't
like,
work.
things of that nature. You had those conversations through your Snapchat Snapchat or Instagram conversations with him, right?
We had conversations through Snapchat.
Okay. And his account, one of them, was Sucker for Jay. That was one of his that you would send messages to and he'd respond. You're familiar with that account? Or that handle, whatever you want to call it. I'm not very
Sucker
tech
for
savvy.
Jay?
Okay.
Sucker for Jay was how you conversed with him and sent messages during this time frame.
Is that what his Snapchat name was?
I don't know. I'm asking you, what Snapchat did you use with him as far as in June or July 2022?
Well, I'm not sure what his username handle is, but the way his name pops up in my Snapchat, it says J. It has like a little heart emoji.
One of those, Sucker for Jay, right?
I'm not sure.
Well, it's been provided in.
So yeah, but you should have found out how this stuff works. You have a username and you have a.
Know what the account was.
So I want to hand you and mark this for identification.
This is the thing for me. If they did use the app, how does that make your client not guilty? He had to be using the apps too. This man sounds stupid. And thank you for putting all this business out here because that's what you're doing. You're putting his business out here. Even if they did use the app for that reason, your client then apparently used the app too. So what are these? Why are these questions even relevant? Jay dressed as he wore dresses when he felt like it, heels when he felt like it, but you can tell that Jay was a boy. Look, he's not one of those people that put on a dress and makeup and look like a woman. He's just not. He was a pretty boy. But you can tell that he was a boy. Let me go over here and look at my own daggone pictures again, because now they got me confused. I'm trying to see where he looks like a girl at, because this man is trying to insinuate. You can tell that he is a boy, even when he has on the heels, even when he is in makeup. You can see he was a boy. He did not trick your client. Your client is on the DL because of his family. That is unfortunate for him.
You may.
He
sounds stupid. And I believe you, the one person that was the holdout knew him.
It appears that I'm not going to read it.
Because they would have found his behind guilty last time. But you know what? Thank goodness we have another trial coming up for him. Because now we got a body, boy. Now we got a body. What you going to say?
KHALIDDY on June 6th, correct?
Correct.
And you look at this on here. Sucker for Jay, conversations that appear that you had with Jay, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Look at it for just a minute and just look through it and tell me whether or not you have any dispute. But that appears to be conversations that y'all had, correct?
Correct.
So
I think there was two names that they had, and it's very confusing.
But it appears
So, like, I have a username for my Instagram. I'm Survivor Speaks to You. That's how you find me. But
I want to direct your attention to the third page. You don't mind?
let me look at Snapchat, because Snapchat always confused me. It confused the heck out of me.
See, you got a copy of that other document. Let him have a copy of the document.
So, yeah, like, there's two names, right? You have two names on Snapchat. I'm looking at it right now. Oh, this is ugly. Hold on, let me see. I don't like that page. Where is I'm trying to figure out. So, like, on Snapchat, my name is Survivor Speaks. Can you follow me on that? But then I'm Survivor Fit 24 also. You see what I'm saying? So y'all, somebody would probably look at me under Survivor Speaks, but the name underneath, y'all wouldn't have no clue about. I made this account so long ago and I never used it because I don't know how to use Snapchat. I mean, I can go on here and it takes me so long to find somebody, for real. Like, so I just had the account for a long time. And I just changed my name to Survivor Speaks on there. I think I was Survivor Fit, but I never use it. So yeah, he could see that, but like stuff, I don't even really know how to use Facebook anymore. To be honest with you, I never go on there. Child, this man getting on my nerves. Excuse me. Now he done drug this out. If I would have known, I would have took him off the screen. Hold on, I'll put him in the hallway again. Oh wait, I want to hear this argument. Hold on, I'm sorry. No, I'm not going nowhere. I want to hear this argument because they like really trying it. They try like the defense. So Rebecca, while they're moving, no, I don't think they're gonna have to pick a whole new jury. It's a whole new trial. Jay felt like putting on a dress. Yeah, that's what he did. Yeah, but he did not look like one of those. He's trying to say that he's transgender. They're saying that no, he knew he was a male. He identified as a male.
Where the witness stays on
Not a
stand
transgender.
Come to order. Do the parties have any preference whether the witness remains in the witness stand during our arguments or whether the witness? I want to ask you to go back to the witness stand, Ms. Spears.
Like, who the hell? You see how he talking about he want him to get out?
Thank you.
I want to hear this argument because I want to hear what he got to say. Like, what are we doing? Sir, right, I need to go to bed. I need you to move this along.
Mr. Spears, get out there. I'll let you make your objections anyway.
Just didn't want to like yes, Your Honor. My first objection when we started this was as to if I thought he was going to have it be read because that would be this is not a report he made coming into evidence without being authenticated. My second objection is that it is hearsay. In looking at this document, he said he identifies it as a conversation, but before he didn't remember it. He's looking at it. There's no talk that says this is the sender and this is the receiver. So I don't know which message goes to which because this wouldn't even be the proper witness to bring this in under. Secondly, there's not a hearsay exception that this would fit. We're talking about.
I'm gonna do one of these objections at a time. One at a time anyway. We'll get to hearsay if we get to hearsay. Okay. But tell me your first objection anyway.
My first objection was having him read anything on here into evidence. If he reads it out loud, especially he has.
Until such time as something is authenticated to the satisfaction of the court, we're not going to have any reading to the jury. By looking at the document, I don't know who is the giver and who the receiver. The witness may know who the giver and the receiver is. If this witness is able to testify that yes, I had that conversation with Jay Lee, I was the giver or I was the receiver, and it's authenticated, then we'll move we'll move on into any hearsay objection. If the witness can't do that, then we won't get as far as the hearsay objection. But if you want to take the hearsay objection up at this time, rather than ping pong in the jury, you can make your arguments as to why you feel this is hearsay, and I give the defense the opportunity to say, for purpose of this argument and purpose of this argument only, I'm going to assume that the defense can authenticate it. Don't know that they can, but rather than ping pong in the jury, I'm going to work under the assumption that they've gotten past the authentication portion and move on into the hearsay objection. Go ahead.
Yes, Your Honor. My second objection was that it is hearsay without an exception. If you are able to identify who said what, or if this witness is, I would say, Your Honor, that there is no exception. He's just talking about like he said, he even described it in his question, things that they say they like to do. It's not a present sense impression. They're not doing it in the moment. It's not a then existing mental state. It's not a statement for medical purposes. There's no exception as to if it's being offered for the truth. If it's being offered that this is what Jay Lee liked, then Jay Lee's not here. That's a hearsay, Your Honor, without any exception.
I'll let you take up each argument first. Take up the argument what you feel has to be done to authenticate, and whether you have authenticated, whether you can authenticate, and if so, we'll move to hearsay objection.
Your Honor, the witness clearly tests. First of all, I was going to ask a few more questions pertaining to the content, whether or not he identified conversations on there, whether or not they occurred. He already answered that question to the extent he could identify the conversations.
I'm going to give you an opportunity to, won't you go ahead and take up your answer to response to the hearsay with the assumption for purposes of this argument that you can get by the authentication portion of it anyway.
First of all, we're not a factual assertion. It's a conversation between the two. It's not trying to establish any fact, only that they had that conversation between the two of them. We're not establishing any fact.
You are. You're trying to say that he...
in the first place. We're not establishing any fact that anything occurred, only that they had that conversation. Then the court has to turn to whether or not it's relevant. Obviously, from the opening statements, they're going to try to introduce some documentation that there was a conversation about some strangulation or something along those lines during the course of their presentation. And also, they basically...
Strangulation? He didn't say. They said he searched about strangulation.
With what the state proposes, our client said...
Sean, I can't take this man seriously, for real.
Which I assume that the state's going to try to introduce.
I cannot take him seriously.
It is conditionally relevant. Your Honor, at this point in time, based on what I understand and what they presented in opening statements as to our client's statement on the 558 just ask them about those.
No, that's not what they. That's not what they said. That is not what they said.
Going to. Is there anybody that can tell us with any degree of certainty who said what on those exchanges?
The instruction about the Snapchat return, which I think is Douglas, then Ryan Baker. There's several detectives that could.
I'm going to do this. I'm going to get, without relaying anything to the, getting off into any specifics, I'm going to give you an opportunity to ask this witness who this conversation is between, and can he identify? He's
already answered that question, Your Honor.
I think so. He says that. But then, who said what?
That's correct.
Once he decided who said what, if it's he says the other way, that or I'm going to answer that question as to who said what and what was said, but then I'll decide about the hearsay at that point. All right? Make any sense?
Just make a final record on that point.
All right, go ahead.
Just to say that in opposing counsel's response, he did not cite a single exception to the hearsay rule. He only said that it was relevant.
He said it was not. He said it was not offered for the proof of the matter asserted.
No, let's get out of here with that.
I'm going to see what's said, and then I'll make a decision whether it's offered for proof of the matter asserted or not. I did not.
Woo, he getting on my nerve.
I did. I did hear him offer that it was not offered for proof of the matter asserted. I'll make a decision on that after I know a little more. All right, bring the witness back in. Don't ask the witness anything, read anything specific out loud.
Yeah, because this attorney is he's a mess in a freaking half. He is a mess in a freaking half. If you just joined, please just hit the like button for the free 99, please. And thank you. It won't show me who you are. I won't know who you are unless you say something in the chat. But if you hit the like button for the free 99, it won't tell me who liked the video. Okay, thank you and welcome. We're about to get out of here after this witness, and we're going to come back on another day to view this, because I didn't even think we didn't skip through one witness. Like, yo, this is steamy, but I am going to find out, Rebecca, when the retrial is, because I don't know how this got past me. This is too much. This is too much. Justice for Jay. Child, he is admitting his attorney got him is up there. He done outed you. Your attorney done outed you. Everything.
Just a minute. I told you we're gonna bounce you around like
Trying to be slick.
So maybe we'll get better.
Look, he like me. He thought they had a bunch of dummies coming to testify, and that's just that's what I see.
Ask you to identify the conversation.
Child.
This document D3, and I think you had responded that the lady KAJLIDDY. That's your conversation, your chat to Circle for J, which is Jay Lee, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So
There was two
so
names.
you're
There were two
the
names
originator
there.
of the conversation, and
See,
he's the recipient of the conversation on the first level, and then after when he responds to you, he'd be on the left side of the page, correct?
Ask him, rephrase your
Okay.
question. Ask him to identify who is the recipient, who is the,
This is, you're sending a chat message here.
rephrase. Just ask him if he can identify who is the recipient and who is the sender.
They go back and forth.
On any particular line.
On the left side is the sender in the message, on the right side is the recipient, correct?
Let him ask us, let him review
Review the document, tell me who the sender is on
There you
it.
go.
yeah, he done already showed him. He done already showed him. Think in between the lines. Think in between the lines, baby.
On these two columns, the question is, who's the sender? On this side?
Just a second. I'm trying to decide who is talking in the conversation.
So the question would be, do you know who's talking in the conversation? Because right now he's having a hard time.
Okay. So tell me, the left side of the column I've identified, third row over. Is that
Baby,
sender or
you should have
recipient?
said you did not know.
Right side is recipient, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So you can identify these conversations. You've looked at the conversations that you've had with Jay Lee through y'all's chat, correct? Okay. Now, I want to direct your attention to the third page of this document, if you don't mind. Can you look at that, please? You see at the bottom of the page, beginning right here where I've marked although, you see that on there?
It's really a lot. Y'all educated guys. I really like the way they're representing for Jay. This man is a whole child. He is a whole devil.
Look on this line right here, the document.
Which page is it again?
I think it's the third page. On this particular document, it's the second page, I'm sorry. On this particular line where it begins, I'm a lover, not a fighter, who is the sender on that? Don't answer what it says at this time. Tell me who
I
the
think you
sender
just
is.
said what it said. That's the,
Or this conversation right here on D3,
Okay.
who is the sender?
Jay.
Okay, and the recipient?
Me.
All right. At this time, Your Honor, I'd like to have D3 introduce the evidence.
I wasn't able to see.
Let's say everybody talk about what we talked about.
Objection from prior before as to hearsay, that section.
He tries so hard to impeach them, but no bueno. No bueno, sir.
Be introduced.
Amen.
We were talking earlier about offer the truth of the matter asserted, not offer the truth of the matter asserted. Our court attention was directed to one particular item, not D3 in its entirety.
That's correct, Your Honor. I will take all the pages out of the page referenced. We can redact before it's published. It is all other portions, all except for the conversation.
Without, I want to read in particularity, when it's all said and done, what portion of D3 you're asking to be introduced for me to make a determination whether it's offered the truth of the matter asserted or not. Show me, don't tell me, show me what portion of D3 you actually want to be.
All part of the aspects marked in orange.
And somebody tell me which side, who was
Sender on the left, receiver on the right.
That's not a good choice of words, Judge.
Tell me, what does this mean?
You had to have witness to that, right?
Oh, that one doesn't emojis, but they can't print out.
Oh.
Two sequential messages from the same sender to the same receiver. So each time it changes, it would be.
Yo, let me tell you something. I did not mean to be here this long, and I would have skipped through this. But when I tell you, this is so exciting to me. Like to see this argument back and forth, to see how this defense attorney tries to spin the narrative, tries to put words in these young men's mouths. Like just he's reading something and spinning the narrative to what he wants it to be because he wants to paint, Jimmy out to be this promiscuous guy that just hooked up with people and randomly went and they're telling you that's not a thing. But if they did use these apps to hook up, your client hooked up as well. You've done everything to your client in this case with your because you're so smart, but you got a pea brain. You outed him. He's a down low guy. And you're also asking questions like you're making such a big deal about these conversations and these apps that you're really shining a spotlight on your client, you dummy. But go off. Go off. Now we got your client was gonna go and he was giving some. I was giving some. Y'all know that song? I was getting some. He was giving some. Woo! So now, church, where did he learn that at? The church? Child, I did not expect this, Rebecca. I did not expect this. And thank you so much for your input and being, not too far from this town. We won't take but you're not too far from here. And thank you for your input on this. Because this is a mess. This is a hot, steamy mess. You got your client out here. He was, you know what, Rebecca? So I'm thinking, did he go back and you did it and then unalived him? It's a question. He did go in the house. So he came back, did you go down there and give him the sloppy toppy? And then you unalived him? Yeah, because you can't tell me if he was going to do it then that he didn't do it before. And I'm just saying. I'm just an outsider looking in at this trial that we missed, baby girl. But I'm so upset that they did not catch. He gave the username that he was contacted. And even if he sees the other username on the paper, that is not what he used. If you look at Snapchat, there are two different names. A lot of these apps are the same. Like I think on TikTok, I'm Survivor.speaks. But then I'm also under the same account. The Survivor Speaks the number 2. And one is a username and one is a handle. That is what I was trying to get at. Yeah. So one is a username and one is a handle. And so, yeah, the guy they're showing right now, you was giving sloppy? Girl, I mean, boy, I mean, eat. I mean,
every message is sent has a timestamp beside it. That
you was giving
part,
some.
I don't think that goes with the top part, which maybe perks like
What we got in this cover,
No. Tell it like a TI is. Tell it like a TI is. Y'all being messy. Messy boots, honey. They being very messy. This offensive fraternity is being very, very, very messy. It's not working. Yes, Rebecca, say that one again. It is not working. It's not doing anything productive for you. That y'all keep kicking this man out the courtroom, bringing him back. It's still not working for you. It's not working. That's why we supposed to. Look at it's 1:55 now. We were supposed to be in the bed. This witness is very, like even Jose, very damaging to their case. Very damaging to their case, and they can't take it. Very damaging to their case. Like their cat, like y'all want you. He bragging both and opening. Let's see what he's saying. Can we hear it? All right, let me tell, because that noise, I can't deal with it. Let me tell you, when I come back, I'm gonna try to be back tomorrow with this. Come on now, we supposed to be. I should have did the desire text, the review of the text first, but it's so much for the family to sit there and hear them try to paint their son to be such a bad person. But on the other side, he's alive. He's the one that did the unaliving. In your opening statement, you boasted about them not having a body. The defense attorney did. You boasted about them not having a body, not having not one shred of evidence. Now they got a body, baby. And now he's charged with capital red rum. Because if you notice in the opening statement, he said red rum or manslaughter, which means they can charge him with the red rum, but they can also charge him with a lesser charge. Right? So you had 12 jurors, 11 was voting to find him guilty. One holdout. And that one holdout, Rebecca, you're from the area, so you know. You're from the area, so you know that one holdout. Did they know him or not? Did they know him or her or not? They couldn't. So I think that like they really underestimated these educated, men just because they're part of the LGBTQ community. I don't know what they were expecting, but they did not let him put words in their mouths. They did not mince words. They did not allow that. They're not allowing that. No, you're not going to put those words. That's not what I said. It does not mean the same thing. I do also believe that the defense attorney, he's not too educated in the LGBTQ community. So that's why he's up there using stuff that he doesn't realize by him keep hammering and hammering and hammering and hammering. Didn't he go out and meet and hook up with DL guys? Didn't he go out and meet with DL guys over and over and over again? This witness and the last witness, you just outed your client. He's a DL man. But he was giving something. He's the one that was giving them. He was giving them.
As to this particular page, where the top of it starts with Lady and Sucker J.
That lady back
top
there,
of it says,
she don't
for the record,
appreciate him.
I like a nigga. appears to be that, okay? So that's where we're starting, as far as that particular, what it says right there. So, as
You're
to
like,
going down to line
touch my
4,
pearls.
where it says Sucker
I'm
4J
educated.
and
I'm
Cleveland.
educated. I mean, I'm educated.
That's Sucker
Touch
J
my
and
pearls.
that's Cleveland. We've already identified the fact that sender, recipient, Suckers, 4J is J, and Cleveland is U. What was said, what did Sucker J say to you in that conversation?
So see, that's where
It
I
says,
have a
feel
problem.
like you'd be into BDSM.
Okay. And that was the extent of that particular line's conversation. What was said next by Sucker J to you, to J to you?
He's still doing it. Now see, he should have they should have objected
And what
again.
was said, continuation of that particular conversation, what else was said?
Where you want me to stop?
Right now, the next
So
line.
they don't have it anymore in Mississippi.
Jay says, LOL, I enjoy a little, looks like he wants to say mutual aggression.
Okay. Mutual aggression. All right. The next line is what? Who said what? From who to whom?
Now you want to do that.
The next line.
The next line would be, where are we at?
Right here.
Okay, that would be me to him.
Okay. And that you just sent something that's some
Could be like emojis, yeah.
Emojis. All right. And after that, Sucker J sent, what happened next?
I think I corrected his typo. I said mutual. Oh, wait. He said mutual.
Yeah, they could. I would reject.
Next line. All right.
I would have rejected.
He says, ooh, you like to choke and to be choked?
And your response was?
Heavy on it.
Okay.
Ooh.
What does that mean to me?
Yeah, heavy on it.
Heavy on it. Heavy on it is a music label that my favorite rapper started. She started her own record label, and it's called Heavy on It.
Okay, so that's what you said to him, heavy on that.
Oh, no, you didn't.
Said back
Yo,
then,
he just played in
heavy
his
kinks,
face for
all
real
right,
though.
right?
Correct.
Ooh,
And
ooh,
Sucker for
we
J,
got some educated men up there. Heavy on
what was
it.
that response?
Heavy on it.
He says aggressive, and also he says aggressive, and he also likes to get put in his place.
Okay, let's go to the next marked location on this particular page.
They get
As
to know
to
each other. Like, what
Mark
is your
right here,
problem,
what did Jay
son?
on page that start up at the top in this
Like-
particular exhibit says, ooh, I'm sorry, I'd bring you some if I weren't. Pages aren't identified, so I have to identify what's at the top of the page.
No, they should
Jay,
object.
At this location right here.
They
I
should
identified
object.
you.
Y'all authenticated
What
that?
did he say to you?
Child, I
Yes,
can't
right.
take it.
1429. We're in the second orange area, y'all. All three. I'm gonna get all, this is the part we're gonna identify. I'm getting to identify all the other conversations, then we get to the part that we're going to redact that. Okay, I'll just lay the bread.
There was two lines there that the court
Okay,
could not identify. They were together.
right.
There was spot between them as to whether or not who was the giver, who was the recipient. Generally, when they're all on one line, I can figure it out.
Right here, Mr. Peters.
Okay, well, that's the specific question I got there, as to one particular line, who was the giver, who was the receiver, because it's not clear to the court.
Right here. As to this conversation right here from Jay to you.
This is where we are.
Right here, top of the page, we talked about it earlier, right here. It says sender and receiver.
It's Jay.
All right, and to you, right?
Correct.
That's your records. Read that out and tell me whether or not what that says.
It says, ooh, you like to choke and to be choked?
And you said heavy on that.
Correct.
Okay.
Can I look at that just a second? Let me show you right here what I'm talking about.
I understand. That's the conversation. Sounds like that part right there.
So it's
Is it one other? That's what it is. That's right. Do you have any keys out of there? I don't think so. Right.
He was identified not in the chamber.
I can't believe this. Oh, so they don't have the death penalty there? Okay. The unalive penalty there? Mm-hmm.
Mr. Fears, if you start right here, where it says Sucker J, Khalid, and identify the conversation, who said what, okay?
Okay.
Go ahead.
Where am I?
Start right here down to putting someone in their place.
Okay. So Jay says,
Start right, okay, good.
Jay says, ooh, you like to choke and to be choked? I said, hit me on it. Then I messaged him back and I said, do you have any kinks? LOL. Jay says, I don't think so. I like to be aggressive and also get put in my place.
Okay, that's a conversation.
And
That's, the rest of it doesn't matter. We're not addressing it. That's your recollection and what you recall is conversations that y'all had, and that's reflected in this record.
That's our conversation.
That's the conversation. Thank you.
Who said what? Now, who said what? And I know, and I apologize for jumping over you. I can't be assuming things when it's open to interpretation. I will now hear your arguments on why this is or is not hearsay. There's been an objection by the state as to that this is hearsay. I'm going to give the state an opportunity to explain to me why they believe that it is hearsay, and not give the defense an opportunity to say why they think it's not hearsay. All right, go ahead, state whatever you're ready.
Yes, Your Honor. I believe it's a hearsay in the line where he says, I don't think so. I like to be aggressive and get put in my place, because there is no exception. It's not a statement of then and there personal being. He's just talking about what he likes, and the argument that it is not for the truth of the matter. Then what's the purpose? Just to show the conversation, as they stated before. They're relating it back to its relevance. The content is the only thing that's relevant. So obviously, you want to use that for the contention that it is true, that Jay is saying, I like to be aggressive. That is what you're using it for. There's no other purpose, and there's no exception. So the argument that it is not hearsay bears belief, because if it's not for the truth that Jay likes this sort of thing, what's it for? To embarrass the victim? To shame him? Like, what is the real purpose? And Your Honor, they've never articulated that. They just argued it was relevant. A lot of things are relevant, but does it meet the standard of not being even offered for the truth? And if it is, what is the exception?
I'm gonna go. You better do it.
First of all, I stated earlier, it's not a factual assertion where we're trying to establish that Jay Lee choked anybody or that anything occurred between these two individuals. I was trying to establish that fact. All we're trying to establish is offer this, not the truth of the matter asserted, that this conversation took place between the two, And it's been established already that these individuals, he said he didn't have any conversations with him about their sexual activity, things of that nature. First of all, rebuts his examination direct, and also is conditionally relevant based on the fact that they've established. I'm going to try to get into.
I know question court mind is relevant. You
Right.
move past that.
Right.
But relevant, you can be relevant and still be hearsay.
Right.
I don't find it relevant.
Right. But it's offered not to prove that they acted anyway or the truth that anybody choked anybody, but only to take the purpose of part of the foundation to establish that these individuals had these conversations about potentially sexual deviant activities between these individuals and other individuals, and what Jay Lee's preference was and what other people's preference was. There's other conversations in there.
Yeah, what relevance does that have to this case? Like, what do you don't understand as a freaking attorney?
We're not asserting any fact, not trying to establish any fact other than.
Okay, so what are you using it for?
What they like as far as sexual preference.
Child.
He had conversations like that. So why the details? He does the details of hearsay. Why would they even say?
He did not have conversations with this.
He testified that he showed them that they had conversations of a sexual nature. He already testified that. First, he said they did, and then when he showed it to him, he said, "Oh yes, we did." But he didn't. What would be the purpose of? If you're trying to say that we're only introducing it to say that he did have those conversations. He said he had conversations where he talked about things that they like. So why would you need to introduce hearsay?
Exactly.
Scratch my head and come back.
Like, what are they? Like, come on. Child, look at her. I'm telling y'all, that lady that's talking to him back there, she don't appreciate this. So let me take this off the stairs so that we can just get right to it. Because after him, we were going to bed. But like the argument is very, it is very interesting to hit that argument, because like, what are y'all talking about? Like I said, you done outed your client as a DL man. You done had them elicited some testimony. So because you trying to be slick and you done remove some things, now they done said that your client was given oral. So okay, how much more are you going to embarrass your client? Lord Judge, if you allowing this nonsense here, he already said they had conversations of a sexual nature. So I'm a little confused if he's gonna allow this. I think I just heard him a little bit say he's gonna allow this, but let's go and see what it is. This is a whole hot shadazzle. That's all I got to say. And wow, how did I miss this case? But there is a there is a retrial, and I'm gonna make sure I have all of my stuff hooked up, because you see I'm making changes in the studio, very subtle. You know, I added extra lights in the back, doing some other things, you know. So yeah, let's go.
All right, y'all, Mr. Creekmore, you may want to pay attention. I've reached a decision. What I'm going to do is this: the court's recollection of the testimony was from this witness that he and Mr. Lee had not discussed their likes and preferences of a sexual nature. This conversation would tend to impeach that anyway. I'm going to allow the defense attorney to read those limited statements that we got there. Ask Mr. Fears did he or did not make those statements. I'm not going to introduce them into evidence as substance evidence. I'm going to allow them to be questioned for impeachment purposes. All right. So D3 is not going to be introduced into evidence. I am going to let you impeach Mr. Fears on those matters.
I think that you're correct that he did say that we didn't talk explicitly about sexual preferences and that kind of thing, just preferences in men. But when confronted with extraneous evidence, he said, yes, we did have that conversation.
That's how it goes.
And this would be more added for impeachment purposes. And I'm going to allow him to.
He already said it in front of the jury. Like, why are you impeaching him?
But to impeachment purposes.
That's stupid, because it's out there.
It's just the only portion.
Lauren Cron, what happened? That wasn't me, y'all. That's Lauren Cron.
That's what I want to limit it to at this time.
Like, why does he need to read that?
There's other portions in here, Your Honor.
As to that particular issue,
As to the impeachment aspect, yes, Your Honor.
I'm talking about that, as on impeachment on that particular question.
Yes, it's whether or not they had other conversations, but what I planned on doing was, based on what we've gone through and how long it's taken, ask the question about other content. If you remember other conversations.
If they are for purposes of impeachment, something prior inconsistent statement he's made in his testimony, I'll give you the opportunity. If they're not, I'm not going to let you do it. I'm finding his hearsay, but it's for impeachment, this impeachment purpose, not introduction into evidence.
Right.
All right?
As substantive.
Not a substitute proof. Y'all.
I don't agree with his ruling. I don't agree with his ruling.
That's going to relate to this witness, Mr. Creekmore.
I don't agree with his ruling. His ruling is like, come on now. I don't agree with his ruling.
It's probably not going to be a next witness today.
Your Honor,
Yeah, because y'all been doing this for a long time. And I got them on. I'm about to. I'm going to speed this up.
All right, show the jury back in.
Because this is ridiculous. We should have been going. Like, I don't even believe that he's allowing this. I don't believe that he's allowing this, but you know what? That's okay, because we got another trial coming up. So what y'all gonna do? Y'all gonna try to impeach him at the next trial? And I don't agree with this. I don't know. What do you say, Rebecca, in the comments? For the other person that just came in, please like the video for the free 99. It won't tell me who you are. You don't have to say anything in the comments. Please like the video for the free 99 as a way of engagement. Thank you so much for joining. And we were supposed to have been out of here a while ago.
And again, this is the exhibit, and these are the portions that I want you to be concentrating on, highlighted part. I'm going to be highlighting on the exhibit, okay? But if you would, on that particular page,
so it's
conversations, starting the line highlighted, I'll look at that line and agree with me whether or not
an exhibit, but it can't go back for the purpose of evidence.
And identify these previously, right? This is y'all's conversation, right?
This is our conversation.
All right. You admit or deny, I assume you admit now that you made these conversations. Would you read Circuit for Jay's
look at how he's saying you admit now, like he just out here just
lying. There, it was the same portion of D3. And state, first of all, what Circuit for Jay, which is Jay Lee, in that chat said to you, I feel like, anyway, go ahead.
Okay, so he said, I feel like you'd be into BDSM during sex.
What does that mean?
BDSM to me?
Okay, do you have any idea what that means?
I don't know the actual definition.
All right, and what's the next response, or the next, what Subject Jay said?
You ain't get that off.
He continues on to say, LOL, I enjoy a little mutual aggression.
All right, what occurred after that?
Your Honor, I think that was a misstatement of who was the sender and the receiver. I'm sorry to be insistent.
Just identify the conversation, go through the conversations, responding, and
that was enough for me. If you was gonna allow this, that was enough.
Okay. One line time, okay? What do
you want me to start?
Like, this makes no sense.
Okay. Jay says, I feel like you'd be into BDSM during sex.
All right, then what did he say?
Jay is still talking.
All right.
No, that's not correct. Jay was identified outside the presence of the jury. That emoji.
Talking about the emoji.
No, but if that's part of the same.
What was said next between the conversation between you and Circuit J Lee next?
It says, LOL, I enjoy a little mural aggression.
That's what you said to him, right?
No, that's what he says to me.
Okay, then what happened?
It looks like I sent him some emojis.
Okay.
And then Jay says, mutual, question mark. Oh, wait a minute.
All right, and then what happened? What did you say to him after that?
Just a second.
No, you asked that question, not Jay. See, this is why this should not have been allowed in.
Give me just a second, please. Just a second, because this format, y'all, is a lot. Let me look over. Okay.
Take your time.
Right, because that's not it just changed because he said that Jay said that before. No, but he's asking Jay, did he mean mutual? But now when they were before, he said, yeah, like this is beat up, and this judge should not have allowed this.
Okay, so it looks like I said, LOL, I enjoy a little mutual aggression. That's what it looks like.
Okay,
and Jay is correcting me, saying mutual, and I said correct.
Then what?
So okay, so the testimony.
Jay says, ooh, you like to choke and be choked? I said, heavy on it. I then reply, do you have any kinks, LOL?
Then what was said?
Jay says, I don't think so. I like to be aggressive, and I also like to be put in my place.
Okay. Thank you. Now, I want to move you down to the conversations on the page
I thought that was it.
identified previously. The left side of the page, Jay Lee. I'll come jump out the top. Just move at the top.
Because this sucker think he's slick. Now, I thought that was it. Now, did you hear that, Rebecca? That was supposed to be it, right? And the conversation now has changed. Because he said that Jay said that before. And now they've changed it. So this judge should have stopped this because it should not have ever been allowed.
Identify the conversations if you can. Previously, sender on the left side, recipient on the right side. Did you see that particular conversation that's highlighted in that conversation?
This is too much.
No, just to highlight. Yeah.
I need to get that. I need to clip that part where he said I was given. Right. They don't know who said what. But I need to clip the part where he said that he was given that boy was going to give that defendant was going to give so, like, child, this is a whole mess. This is taking way too long. I upped the speed too also. Like he's confused on who said what. Child.
I'll draw the question this time around. Right off the appropriate time. Here's,
you see that? He think he's so slick. I cannot.
It's testified earlier that the apps that you went to or that you didn't go to, or basically that you talked to the cops about, Jack and the other two, are those apps that you had on your phone? You had Jack on your phone?
I had 2 of the 3 that you.
2 of the 3. Actually, okay. And did you ever share anything that you received from Jack or Grindr, I think, with Jay Lee or anything like that, or any information or anybody that you had met on Grindr and talked to Jay Lee about that individual or set anybody up or anything like that?
Not to my knowledge, no.
They didn't tell him that he could say he don't recall. That's the problem.
Make sure, in addition to what we pointed out, as far as conversations that you and Jay Lee had on, I believe that would have been, you identified Monday or May the 28th, 2022. You would agree with me, would you not, that with all these conversations or each one of these, it's going to be certain times that y'all had conversations about sexual activity, sexual preference, things like that, right? Some, not a whole lot, but some. Similar to what I pointed out just a few moments ago.
You said sexual activities and sexual preferences.
Preferences, things of that nature, conversation between you and Jay Lee, consistent with what we just talked about a few minutes ago.
I'm confused.
You don't believe so?
I said I'm confused.
All right. You first testified that y'all didn't talk about sexual preferences, you talked about partners, you talked about certain things, about meetings, how you hooked up, things of that nature. You talked about whether or not you'd given that information to the police officers on the 12th of June 2022. And we pointed out that y'all had conversations about joking and things of that nature in that conversation. Would you agree with me, in all likelihood, or there is conversations consistent with what we discovered?
In all likelihood, I don't like that word.
Sexual preference, sexual conduct, sexual conversations about certain things.
Okay.
A lot of that, right?
You said a lot of it?
Yeah. Within your chat history, during the 4 months that y'all knew each other. Talk about a lot of sex, I guess.
We talked about a lot of sex? I don't think we did. I don't think we talked about a lot of sex.
Excuse me, y'all.
Are you ready?
Hold on. I'm sorry, y'all.
Is that yours? Okay. All right. Now, prior to coming in here, you reviewed an interview between yourself and law enforcement, correct?
Correct.
Now, the conversation you had with, or the cross-examination you had with Mr. Horan about statements that were made to University Police Department.
Okay.
That was different times, huh?
I had 2 different interviews.
So at first you were responding about that interview that you had just watched, correct? In review, to refresh your recollection.
Right.
All right. Calls. How long ago? That was back in the summer of 2022.
Right.
All right. Now, did those law enforcement officers, whether they were University Police Department or Oxford Police Department, come find you to get information from you?
Both of them did. Both sets of
Why
officers.
did they do that? How did they know
I'm
you
the
had
one-
information relevant to this case?
I'm the one who called them.
You called them.
Correct.
Now, the information that you provided to them, they ended up, UPD as well as OPD, got information from you, correct?
Mm-hmm.
And it was the Oxford Police Department that actually recorded that interview with you.
Correct.
All right. So, had you seen that interview prior to coming here today?
No.
Now, the information that you provided them about the conversation that you had with Jay Lee on Snapchat that morning of July 8th, 5:58, and then prior to that at 5:21, did you have to look at anything to refresh your recollection as to what was said?
No.
Now then, the conversations that you had with Jay Lee while y'all were friends, I believe. First of all, you can go into the conversation here with Jay Lee on cross-examination. That's what we argued about the whole time.
I'm talking about Snapchat. Okay, I thought you were talking about conversation.
Good day, buddy.
I was talking about Jason, that's
Yes, sir. I believe your testimony was that you were friends, y'all met in May, and then from May to July the 8th, y'all became closer and closer.
We were building friendship.
You explained that to the jury.
Yes.
During that time, did you have any conversation with him?
Yeah.
Through Snapchat,
Yeah.
iMessage, or whatever?
Yes, sir.
Correct. Did y'all meet on any of those apps?
At all.
Okay. And I think you were saying that you explained to law enforcement about the apps that were used by LGBTQ interested people in order to make connections.
Law enforcement came to me, both UPD and OPD, and they knew absolutely nothing about how we communicate at all. So I had to explain to them.
Now, can you tell the jury whether, now looking back, thinking about conversations that you had with Jay Lee prior to July the 8th, whether y'all had any robust or significant conversations about how he uses social media to make connections?
How he uses social media to make connections.
Yes, on his own.
We never had a conversation about him reaching out to people. No.
All right, and then, how long has it been since you've seen messages that you had with your friend Jay Lee in between May and July of 2022 and now?
How long has it been since I saw? I don't go back and look at the messages. It's been 2 years.
It's been 2 years.
Since y'all just showed me that text thread.
One conversation about sexual activity. Do you understand what I'm talking about?
Say it one more time.
When Mr. Horan asked you about a specific, I don't know, maybe 4-line conversation back in June of 2022, did you remember that? Did you remember that conversation?
Did I remember the conversation after reading it?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
But prior to being confronted with it, you didn't recall that.
Absolutely not.
He said, absolutely not.
Yeah, I wanted to be more specific about when I asked you earlier about, do you recall whether you had significant conversations with Jay Lee about his using social media to make connections? Do you remember that question?
Did you just ask me?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
On cross-examination, you were asked about whether you had conversations with Jay Lee. Actually, you were asked about 2 apps, Jack and Grindr.
Right.
And DLK, which you didn't know anything about. All right. Can you recall right now tell the jury whether you and Jay Lee had any conversations about his use of those two sites, Jack and Grindr, in order to make hookups for himself.
We never had a conversation saying, hey, I use this app, or he never had a conversation with me saying, hey, I use these apps to hook up with people.
Okay. So the primary interest in that was you explaining to law enforcement what they were.
Yes.
That's all I have.
All right, yes, would be fine with you.
Yes, sir. No, Your Honor.
Just hang on just a minute. Figures. Look for the jury. 447. Somewhere you're not. I think I've never been there. Don't give me the back tomorrow. Come on. I'm going to stop it once again. Don't, just in case, no matter, just in case with you.
You just said enough. Like the same thing that I said enough.
Can't take the business. We will start back at 9 in the morning. Everything goes well. See you all morning.
So let me see what this judge, if he gonna say anything to him, and then we're gonna get on up out of here because this is ludicrous. Y'all understood that, didn't ya? So what is he gonna say? Let me go over here and see. This is too much. Like we done been here long enough, and y'all not talking about nothing. Hold on.
I did.
Was it subpoenaed by both parties? Or
Was not suspended by bench yet.
what do you want to tell me, Spears?
Give me some contact information. I'll be in the back. I get him subpoenaed. I don't want him not to go home right now. He needs to go home.
Spears, let me ask you this: if the defense may call you, it could be sometime next week before that, may or may not. I don't want you to have to stick around here, but will you give me your assurance if we get some contact information and we call and give you some notice that you'll come back?
I would need pretty good bit of notice. I'd have to let my supervisors know, and I'd have to plan ahead to travel 5 hours back and forth.
Give me your contact information.
So they can do all of this on Zoom. Like they don't even have to do all of this. Like bring him back. They could bring him back on Zoom.
Is the court equipped to do like remote type testimony?
Exactly.
We'll do that if we had. We'll do that if we hear from you. We'll set up a Zoom call or something. Is you okay? That'd be better than coming back from your court than that.
That'd be great.
But I want you to make sure all these people have good contact information on themselves if need be. I'm to be honest with you, I'm sort of skeptical if B will get here.
I don't want to impose upon Mr. Spears. I know we have to travel a long way.
But give them your contact information. We'll be back in touch with you. If we need you, we'll set you up on a Zoom call. Okay. All right. Anything else before we break for the evening?
Ciao.
All right. I'll be before 9 in the morning. We'll have the jury here.
So y'all, that is the case. As I told y'all. So that is the case that I totally missed. For the other person that's here, please hit that like button for the free 99. Like I said, church is in your heart. People pick and choose what they want to believe out of the Bible. Nobody has to stand at the end of someone else's life but their own. So when you put stipulations on other people because of your beliefs, you bring them up one way, and they want to be with the same gender because they really want to be a part of the LGBTQ community. Things like this happen. So in this case, this young man unalived, Jimmy J. Lee, all of the men that were on the stand today were very educated. The defense attorney used a play on words to try to, catch them up And it really didn't go over well for him. Even that little impeachment that he just tried to do, I believe the prosecution did a great job undoing it. Right. And so he said that they were getting to know, each other or whatever. The defense attorney acted like he didn't hear that. Like, it was just a lot of shenanigans going on with the defense attorney, which is his job, right? But then in some cases it didn't work because now you done outed your client. Like I said, now everybody knows that he's on the DL. Everybody knows that he was given oral activity and everything else. You kept going, you kept hammering, you kept going. I don't even think he realized that by him keep saying, him continuously badgering the previous witness. He used this to hook up with men on a DL. He uses this thing to hook up with men on a DL. And they kept telling you, no, he never said that. He was not just hooking up with, okay, so even if he did use it to hook up with people on a DL, you just exposed that your client is on a DL. And even if they did use these apps, your clients was using these apps too. And they are I never heard of an app called Jacked or Jacked Up. Grindr, we know a lot of the LGBT community uses Grindr. So your client, even if he's DL, was on these apps looking for these hookups as well. I just had to put that out there for the end of the video before I just go ahead and close this out. What a dummy. What a dummy. You're exposing your client. My God, today. All right, I ain't been to no law school, don't have no law degree, but I understand what I understand. All right, so I'm gonna end this show because it is 2:36 in the morning a.m. Rebecca, thank you for rocking out with me and giving your input. Do you know that this has been like a whole hour after we thought they was reining it in and bringing it home? We were stopping it with this witness. I had no idea that this witness was the end of the day. Like, really, like the defense attorneys really dragged this thing on. But thank you for rocking out with me, Rebecca, and whoever else is here rocking out with me, even if you rocked out in the bushes. Thank you for being supportive. Thank you so much for coming. Just don't forget to hit that like button on the way out. So I'm going to end the show the way I end all of my shows. Bringing awareness that men can get breast cancer too because of the stigma surrounding the word breast. We have changed the word to chest and/or pec cancer here on the Survivor Speaks channel. And so let's continue to break the stigma, end it, and keep bringing awareness that men can get breast cancer too. And to my ladies, please make sure that you are getting your mammograms, filling on your boobies to make sure that you are all right. All right. And don't you dare let anybody come into your house and disturb the peace that passes all understanding. I'm Survivor Speaks. I'll see you guys in the next live stream. Thank you so much. Peace.
Survivor Speaks is the name at the end of the day. People love me or hate me, I don't care either way. Breast cancer busted through like a leaf in the night. A cancer's ass was knocked out before the end of the fight. A champion coming through, knocking everything out. It's just hard if you see, I do nothing for clout. Just like cancer, I'll let nothing take me out. So be respectful when you step foot inside of my house. Over here to have your ass escorted on out. So hop up out the bushes, wrap your feet, take a seat, and get comfortable and chill with your girl. Survivor Speaks, yeah. Hey, hey, hey. Who, what? I'm Survivor Speak. What time is it? What time is it? It's time for you to hit that like and subscribe button and turn on that notification bell so you get a notification each and every time that I go live. Yeah.